Released from the game yesterday. Opening pick this round, though, as we try and finish up towards the A bomb site for the first time. GamerLegion deploying all the utility they could possibly need. Doesn't quite have the firepower. Napfly does a bit of damage here. It's down to Yekindar. Oh, they haven't checked the bathrooms. It's a disaster. There's no time. He's going to keep mowing them down. They haven't planted Anders. The round falls apart, courtesy of the Yekindar SMG. They just didn't have the time to check every single crevice of the bomb site, and he can't believe his luck. They're planting right in front of him, and he gets a free kill.
He was just standing there, out in the middle of everything. He's like, oh, if you're going to give it to me. He's like, hold on.
You're going to give it to me for free, I'll take it. No worries. Stolen away. Team Liquid bouncing back.
That was, apart from that, that was about to be another 4-on-5 comeback for GamerLegion. That was what was on the menu there. If not Yekindar been there, it would have been a bomb hunt at the very least, and probably the round one, to be honest. It's GamerLegion with a timeout. Last time we saw GamerLegion, Snacks was playing very well, but the other player that was really impressing me was Isaac.
Yeah.
The Swedish player just stepping up in a massive way. So some names to watch for. Doesn't have to be the exact same, but yeah, they were both coming up with some cool stuff.
The fact that Snacks, as we mentioned, the in-game leader, and he was top fragging on the server against FaZe clan, not just on his team, top fragging on the server.
Yeah.
Like, that is bizarre to me. Like, we often say rolling back the years, but my God, did he ever. As we get into round number 6 here. A couple of weapons saved in the previous round. Money is low, of course, with the clock expiring, no bomb planted. So 2 AKs, Snacks and A-Core to wield them, and Tech9s and a Deagle otherwise. As we go back towards middle, this is the round you would think would be a little bit more comfortable for Team Liquid. You have to have a really convincing one, quite frankly. Skulls showing a bit of assertion here. Full control of the short position. Look at that smoke as well. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
It covers absolutely everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, they can't peek for those windows.
Yeah.
They can't open the door. That's actually quite a meta smoke, I reckon. We're going to see more of that.
It's the drop-down smoke function.
Yes, exactly. It makes it a bit longer. All right, then towards there we go once again. Nice bit of utility. Trying to cut off the pathing. Yekindar, massive damage output as they enter the bomb site. It's going to be difficult now. 2 players going down. At least they've got the bomb plant. That's about all they'll get. First convincing round here for Team Liquid. We've got A-Core. It would have to be something unbelievable from the standard chance here. But Cadian hits all the shots required. Money starting to stabilize now for Team Liquid. 10-second defuse, all 5 players surviving. That is more like it.
Yeah, it's good. I think it's going to be encouraging for Cadian himself to hit some of these shots early on. Just don't fall into the groove of feeling the personal frustration. Like you said, he's got a lot on his shoulders, so having to worry about your own game on top of everything else, definitely not an easy task at the moment. But yeah, he's been getting a couple of kills here. Looking solid. They do let go of the bomb plant, so I guess that's something for GamerLegion to think about. But no kills happening on the GamerLegion side. Don't manage to do any damage, really. Liquid only picking up the double AK, so still 2 M4s in play, but still, that's pretty nice. I'm seeing Isaac with an R8, Henry. I am a big fan.
That means he doesn't have the Deagle equipped.
Yeah, who needs it?
What the I'm lost for words. Like, that used to be Snacks' thing. Snacks used to use the revolver.
Yeah.
Way back in the day.
It's the Swedish cowboy,
like,
Henry. Don't question it.
Dude, this is like... I'm sorry, that is silly. Like, it's a waste of money. Like, it's like the worst weapon in the game. There is no argument to be made that you should be buying the revolver. Like, it's either... The thing is, you can refund weapons in CS2 as well, so he wanted that. Was it a misbuy? He chose it.
It was a great Beatles album, wasn't it?
The revolver? Yeah, it's true, actually. Good shout.
I can't believe you're hating on the Swedish cowboy. I think that's rough.
I am hating on it. I am officially hating on the revolver. Like, I am going to put it out there. It's a hot take, I know. But don't buy it in pro games. Don't buy it ever.
Okay.
Because it means you don't have the Deagle. You have to replace it in the slot. Well, I know. I guess CS2 you can have both. To be fair, I'm being.
Yeah, but you are going to be missing out on something.
I'm being silly now. With the new system, you don't have to sacrifice the Deagle. But still, don't buy the revolver. It's my point.
I don't even think he got. He didn't even like. He didn't even cock it at all. He was just walking around with it. Maybe it was just for show, like a fashion piece, like a fashion statement.
I guess you're right. Yeah,
there's an accessory more than anything.
Oh, that's bizarre. We haven't seen one of those in years. Anyway, enough of that. And more of this as we get in towards our B-bomb side. We are going to have Nafly defending admirably with the rifle, working in tandem with Skulls as well. They should have done enough to secure the round. That kill will certainly decide it, as Isaac, nothing left to do. This is more like a team that could look confident now.
Yes, they do.
Having some convincing rounds. Everyone's surviving. People are landing their shots. Twist has inspired everyone once again with that magnificent form he's known for. The only player that really turned up for Liquid yesterday. Like, if they didn't have Twist with 10 out of 10 form, they would have lost that game.
Oh yeah, that is definitely true. But that's also what was so strange. Like, they have so much firepower in this lineup. You would have assumed that if nothing else, they could just sort of default to that against the state that Spirit were in. They never really managed to do it. But yeah, this is looking a lot better. And you know, anytime you have Naf anchoring a bomb site, it just must feel so secure. Like he's such a god at that kind of role.
A real safe pair of hands.
Yeah.
Always good for a frag, or in this case, 2. Isaac would love a frag at this stage, but I think he'll just be sticking in spawn, holding on to the AK-47. Now, loss bonus starting to accumulate. There'll be a 4th stage going into the next round, meaning they get $2,900. Isaac will go no extra cash. He'll be stuck with the AK-47. There's the money coming through. You can see it's half by territory with, I guess, a hero AK saved in the previous round. So you're going to see either P250s or Tech 9s. Maybe the former, considering the money's not amazing, but that's what we're anticipating here. Naf didn't even get flashed. You can see no pressure being applied from the utility. He's just got some open runway to get a couple of kills. Yeah, let's go. That is good shit. I'm enjoying this. This is the Team Liquid I wanted to see this tournament.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I think that's also why I was feeling very frustrated when we saw them yesterday against Spirit, because just the atmosphere was just so muted. I don't understand what's happening. Maybe they didn't either, but this is more how I like it.
I think they're just in their heads a little bit, you know. Yeah. When you start losing some awkward rounds against the coach and stuff, you're just like, okay, this shouldn't be happening. It's stressful, right? Yeah. But the thing is, they did get the win. We can talk about it all we like. It doesn't really matter. This is group stages. Even if they lost the game, they can still fight back. They got the win. They're in the upper bracket final. FaZe losing to GamerLegion, just as alarming, really. Like, that is not a result we anticipated at all. Amazing for the Legion of Gamers, don't get me wrong, but FaZe, we all know they should be winning that particular affair, especially with new boy Frozen coming in, hungrier than ever.
Yeah, he's sick. Like, yeah, it's true. That is probably worth pointing out. Well, this is turning into quite a game at the moment here. Isaac, he saved the AK. Could try and do some damage. Would be very tricky to try and find all the kills, although it might help with A-Core landing a shot like that. Still 40 seconds. Doesn't look like they're going to be evacuating the restrooms at the moment, because quite a long way back to the B-bomb site here. 30 seconds. They might just double down, and it's a good read for Liquid. They've brought in 2 more people to the bomb site, so 3-man stack at the A-bomb site. They see this coming.
All right then, Twists. You've been very impressive this tournament so far. You got another highlight package for us. Apparently he does. Really nice spray control. A convincing round once again. Team Liquid getting fired up.
The flash setup, the spray down, and I would say even the call just to have everyone ready. Like, they absolutely knew what was coming. So that's the kind of stuff that also give you a little bit of, I think, a little bit of confidence, you know, in your in-game leader. You've got a brand new in-game leader in Cadian. So having, you know, having him make some small calls like that, saying, you know what, let's go. I think they're going to go A. Like, let's start rotating. Some good stuff. Brings the team together.
Well, they are just getting outclassed and outgunned at this stage. GamerLegion don't seem to have a response. They had a good start. They got the pistol, the second round. They managed to win the 4th as well. But since then, been nothing but Team Liquid rounds. 5 in a row. So clean with it as well. He gets that first. Flashbang comes through. Oh, just a thing of beauty. That is just like perfect Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he is a mechanical god, isn't he?
Good comms, educated risk, and yeah, really enjoyed that little sequence from Twists, as we do have another gun round available. A-Core finally on the AWP. Very proficient sniper. Watch out for him. Underrated in my book. As we see Yekindar finding that confidence. He's in a lot of trouble, though. Outmaneuvered by Volts, and they've got the opening kill, but they can't hold on to the advantage.
Yeah. One Danish player to another, and it's Cadian that comes out on top. Snacks has picked up the AWP on the other side. Don't normally see him with that weapon, but see if he can get it. He will. Outduel Cadian. All right. Looked like Cadian even had a millisecond of advantage there, but can't finish the fight. So now instead, 4 versus 3 in favor of GamerLegion. Might be another kill happening here. Chaos, he was so close to spotting Skulls there. Coming through the smoke. I'm shocked that he can't see him, but we'll see who's going to be quicker on this one. It's Skulls on the other side.
Okay.
Lightning fast.
That's a really nice play from Skulls. Getting information, finding the frag, falling back to safety, doesn't overstep the mark. Just what Team Liquid need in this situation. This is a very powerful position. You often see Robs here. Twists, listening out for any sort of intel. I think there's some sound cues on the other side, so he knows he's in position to backstab. With 30 seconds available as well, they won't be able to cover the extremities. They're going to have to go in towards B, and guess who's ready and waiting? It's going to be Skulls as Twist initiates his flank.
Puts down the Molotov, although for the moment that's just holding off Twist, but it doesn't really matter. They know no one's coming from this side. Oh, and they're not looking for it because they think the Molotov is there. That might have been a bit of a trick, actually. Skulls will turn up a massive triple kill. That is so clean from the young Brazilian.
Yeah, really nice round from Skulls. Like, there was some question marks for him coming into this squad. Like, we know he's incredibly talented mechanically, but does he have the experience, the veterancy to play with this caliber of players? But, yeah, really enjoyed that. Nice little push. Good gamble. Gets the kill in spawn, gets a ton of information. Initiates the twist. Flank to come in from short as well. Great finish from Skulls. This is the team you want to watch. Yeah, there's holding hands at this stage.
I would love to hear the comms for whether or not that Molotov was a setup for Twist, because no one was looking on the GamerLegion side.
They just, like I said, just didn't have time to even consider it. There was, what, like 15 seconds on the clock. Hook, line, and sinker.
Holding hands in victory, Henry.
Yeah, that's nice, isn't it?
Wholesome, isn't it?
New meta.
We saw the handshakes yesterday. Like,
I did enjoy the gentlemanly handshakes. Yeah, that was good.
Not enough innovation in that space, really, you know? Been doing fist bumps and high fives for a long time.
Yeah, holding hands is a new one. But we'll see how it evolves as the tournament proceeds here. Still a 5-on-5 for now, but of course, heavy advantage for Liquid. 6 rounds in a row in their favor, 7-3 overall, up against some Glocks here. Some Deagles, some Tech 9s. Doesn't look good for GamerLegion. Significant damage already inflicted towards Isaac. They've got 0 territory on the map. Sub 1 minute. It's going to be a limp execution in towards the A side, Anders. We're talking smokes down towards bank. CT dumpster, flash over, try and get the bomb planted, but you know Cadian's going to be there. Like, that's the default position for a sniper. They know they're up against pistols here as well. You can see everyone's deep, holding long-range angles, making sure they have to work for this. They've already bled out so much time. And yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This position, it's so difficult to flush them out.
Give us the God Grenade here, Cadian. Just one good HE on top. He's going to go for the flick. HE, let's see if they run right into it. It's pretty decent, actually. Sets
oh, no, Yakindar.
Hold on, the Tech 9 is there. There's still 10 seconds left. They're going to get the bomb plant at the very least. Rotation is coming in. Now, the retake should still be very doable here for Liquid, but so
I don't know,
far, so good for GamerLegion.
This is actually quite problematic now. They've lost a key piece of the puzzle with Yakindar. The bomb down, the smokes are stifling. There's no further utility on the T side. The retake's certainly possible, but GamerLegion know they have a chance in this.
It's one flash, second flash in the air already. It's pretty good for Cadian so far. A-Core hiding in the corner. It's a bit of a crossfire. Volt will get one of them. He will get taken down, and they do manage to plow their way for the bomb. So just Isaac left, and he was always the time just a bullet away from death. So it's going to be really, really close at the end. They had to wait those smokes out, and that's why the clock is so low for that defuse.
Well done, Team Liquid. First time they've been tested in a while. Coach Ash calling the timeout here. This one has spiraled. Bear in mind, this is the pick of GamerLegion, and they are getting absolutely bodied out there right now. Twist, oh my goodness, how is he playing so goddamn well right now?
I think he is he 15-3 right now, or something like that?
He's 15-3, yep. In terms of, he's 3-0 in opening duels as well. Like, good God. He was good yesterday, but this might be even better.
Yeah. Canadian emphasis on can.
Yes, indeed.
I'm working on it. I'm working with some stuff.
Oh, it's pretty good. There's a couple more days. And what day are we? Thursday? Yeah. 3 more days left to play.
Right.
Hell of a tournament so far.
It's been some really big surprises.
I think the new format certainly helped things out in terms of excitement and adding more narrative to the tournament as well. We've had elimination games already. There's no more last chance. It's been a lot of fun here. Some great upsets as well, which is what these tournaments are all about. As we enter the final round here, number 12. Can GamerLegion pull one back? That frag at least should be traded. And indeed it will. Yekindar goes down with one, leads it into a 4-4.
And not bad. I mean, GamerLegion have done a pretty good job getting back into the rounds, even if they lose a ban early on. So we'll see how they do now, starting at a bit more even foot. Cascadian missing the opportunity.
Yeah, not that
wide open.
Gives that one away. Real chance here for GamerLegion. Got to convert this one. Snacks can't hold on to the spray. He's talked about Nafly as a solid anchor, showing us why at this stage. Drops himself a defensive smoke. 3-on-3, sub 1 minute.
Yeah, Skull's realizing he was vulnerable to that one. Naf almost flashed into the fight, but I think Kios managed to turn around for it just in time. There's a good bit of timing for Twist, and obviously a little burst he's so well known for. Taking down Eiko. Volt, in the meantime, secure the other side, but doesn't really matter. The bomb is down here. Gonna fake it out. Kios, if you die, then Volt's efforts are gonna be pretty much all for nothing here. The flank is coming in. 30 seconds.
It's a very nice flank. Kios has actually got away with the bomb as well. So he can actually lock them. If he runs back in towards A implants, they have no idea Volt is in the backtracks waiting for them. This should be a guaranteed win with this particular setup. They've actually called it perfectly.
How did Kios escape? They were right in front of him. You're right, they had no idea. Volt gonna get the kill on Skulls, and now Twist. I mean, if anyone could. 1 versus 2 here. Gonna set up a really deep Molotov.
No, he's not.
He's not. He meant to. Grenade going deep. Not gonna touch anyone either. And they've planted on the back side, so just making it very, very tough. He has to expose himself somehow. And running out of time quickly. Smoke's fading. Did, I think, see maybe just a shadow of one of them there. A little bit of wall bang. Does touch him. He's tapped the bomb once, but they know that he's off it now. They've made it pretty much done this. The wall bang is really, really good. And he'll only get the one. Good timing on Volt on the other side. That's one hell of a way to clutch the round there for GamerLegion. I can't
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of Overpass between GamerLegion and Team Liquid. This best of 3 is the upper bracket final of Group B, and we will see Team Liquid returning to a solid form.
Yeah, they look really refreshed. I'm sure they had a bit of a serious conversation, but like I've been saying a couple of times, they did get the win against Spirit, even if it was very labored. Now they look like a brand new team. Twist is still leading from the front. He's got 17-4 at the end of the first half. That is just absolutely absurd, isn't it?
It really is. What an absolute Counter-Strike clinic Twist has put on so far. Can he keep it going, though? If they win this pistol, call it done. They should be able to steal GamerLegion's map pick here. A-core to defend the site. 3 players waiting outside Monster. We have got pushes coming from the CT side, so Team Liquid need to operate quickly here, but... Oh, Yakandar's ready for it. He's got the bomb as well, so... He knows they've been rumbled. He knows the CTs have information, but they'll have to fall back as well, considering they've been found out.
Yeah, it feels kind of bad to just push full throttle into the B-bomb side when you've been flanked like that. Still got about a minute left. Well, they are going to slowly edge their way forward. It's an interesting approach. Absolutely no grenades on the CT side to try and slow anything down with. So really will be down to just the pistols, the USP for GamerLegion. They need this pistol round so badly. Liquid did a really fine job at the beginning here. Volts will take down Twist, so at least he's out of the picture. 40 seconds now, and they've called a retreat.
They have. It's going to be Naf who's going to stay for a while. Try and hold off the rotations. Snack's coming in towards short. Needs to be careful, and he's not. Naf will pull one back as they scramble back towards the A side of the map on both sides of the equation. It will be Naf with a further kill. Skulls goes down. They might actually just retreat back in towards B.
Yeah, back and forth we go, Naf. What a headshot. Up towards heaven. As he takes down Isaac, the bomb is at least planted here. Better than I was expected. It's Volts again from the high ground. Chaos. No! Right there, but he can't find the last couple of bullets. That got really, really close. The back and forth absolutely shifting GamerLegion across the map.
Yeah, with Naf getting a couple of kills, of course, you fall back towards B. At least they get the bomb planted there. They lost the opening kill, but not the most convincing pistol there from Liquid. They will be able to buy up in the second round, however. So we should see Galil's, maybe a single AK for Twist, whichever way they're inclined, depending on whether they want to focus on firepower or utility. And yeah, they were running back towards A, but when Naf gets those couple of kills, you are going to fall back. He gets 3 in total. That was a brutal shot towards Isaac. They couldn't quite hold on, though. If Yakandar gets that kill, there was one more player towards Heaven. But that is going to be both pistol rounds going in favor of GamerLegion. So here come the rifles here. They've gone for 3 AKs. A scout and a deagle. That means they sacrificed the majority of the utility. They still have a couple of smokes. But you want to see Twist with this AK. He can recover these sort of rounds. GamerLegion know it as well. They're on high alert as they try and find an opening advantage here. 2 players progressing through the connector right up to the ladder.
Yeah, they're really aggressive in the pistol round as well. They were pushing up really deep. Doing it again here. For the minute, they're parking Snacks in this position. Looks like they're going to just leave him there. Naf could be dead very quickly. Yeah, what a little spray coming out from Snacks. Awkward when you have to get up the ladder in the middle of a fight like that. Nobody wants to be in that position. So 4 versus 5. Liquid losing. They're in a key position early on.
Yakandar trying to find the aggressed CTs. Snack's still down there, but he has no idea. He assumes he's fallen back. But no. The pole holds strong in position. Yakandar leading the charge. Tip of the spear. Shadow spotted. Nice boost on the bomb site. Significant damage. No frag found, but that's absolutely fine. The time is so low. There's no utility remaining here. There is a conversation to be made that you might consider a save at this stage.
I don't disagree. There's so little time.
Yeah, you're really going to struggle. This is still possible, of course, but it's going to be a very, very difficult round to maneuver with. Just going to have to hope this one flashbang you've got is going to do a ton, but here we go. Twist does make it work. CT's in position.
A 4-man stack at the bomb site. There's a quick flank, but they're hitting so many shots. Liquid powering their way through. Snacks may be the only one that can save this, but the bomb's being planted out of his vision. Chaos trying to get close. Skulls will be there to save them, and now Snacks, he's just missed out on the opportunity. He maybe had the surprise against Skulls there. Could find Cadian, at least it's a 1 versus 1. He knows what one of them is. He might know what Cadian is as well. But that bomb is ticking away. Snacks, can he get the swing? He cannot. Skulls is too quick on the trigger. And it will be, against all of the odds, Liquid finding their way through that round. I can't believe it. They had pulled in everyone. They knew Snacks was flanking. They had 4 people at the bomb site with like 20 seconds left.
It was looking so rough for them. You had like a scout, a deagle, a few AKs, 0 utility, no map control, and a man down. Like I said, like you might even consider the save at that point. But when you got players like Twist willing to take these sort of duels, working in tandem with Skulls, really excellent showing there. Against all the odds, they win that round. It raises morale. It was looking so grim for them for a second, but that's a massive round to pick up. Double digits looking likely here. Force buy in response. GamerLegion don't have much to speak of though. Should be a trade for Volt. Bit of confusion in the ranks here. Cadian will pick up a couple of scrappy kills here. Not a done deal just yet, but that kill probably guarantees it. And bear in mind, the loss bonus is going to be incredibly low on the CT side, Anders. They're going to be 10-5 down with $1,900 coming to their accounts into the next round. Full eco. That's huge. Team Liquid know it as well. They've got an absolute free round coming up next.
Everyone touted this project as being one with massive potential. And even in interviews, they try to say they don't try to think about the future, like they're playing for now and all the rest of it. But you know, the pressure is still on from the get-go. You're playing in the Liquid jersey, that in itself probably carries a little bit of weight, and then, yeah, you got this insane lineup that you're building. So it's good to see Liquid starting to feel a little bit fresh in this game. I was really worried that we were going to come in and have somewhat of a repeat performance as of yesterday. That would have been super disappointing, but good to see a different Liquid here on day 2. 10-5 in their favor. Naf getting a little bit warmed up himself. He's up to 15 kills.
Yeah, it's great to see. The Canadians out there doing absolute God's work. We're going to see the CTs try and defend here. Oof, they've got nothing, Anders. Diddly squat. USPs. Naked bodies. No utility. And they have got a kill at least. Can they get a couple? Make things costly. Doesn't look like it. Convincing finish. That was the free round for Team Liquid, as they're now in touching distance of finding their opponent's map pick in the form of Overpass. Bear in mind, it's Mirage coming out next, and that's where Twist even does his best work. That's a real aim duel centric map, and we're going to see him really rise to the occasion as he continues to dominate here on Overpass.
Yeah, it's no doubt not going to get any easier on the second map for GamerLegion. 11-5. We're 2 rounds away from Liquid picking up this map, and in quite in convincing fashion. Right at the start, it kind of looked like GamerLegion were out to fight. They had some pretty good comebacks in some of those 4-on-5 where they were a man down, but now that's in the past. Volt's been trying to sort of get them a little bit further. He's got 13 kills. It's not really bad at all. But overall, nobody's able to stop Twists on the other side. 21-6. It's just, they've no way to control him at the moment. Isaac flashed once, but it doesn't matter if you Kindos flashed. He's still going to get the kill somehow. Pick someone up on Chaos, and they just overwhelm the bomb side. Wiped out on the B defense.
Yeah, that's round. Desperately looking for a kill through the smoke. That's the only way they get back into this round now. We need some divine intervention from the heaven position. As we see the CTs retreat, surrender, and hide elsewhere on the map, choosing long as a place of salvation. But that's going to be map point. And I dare say this one's over.
It feels that way. I hate to say it. Again, GamerLegion just, I don't know what you do against some of these individuals, right? Now that Naf is also inspired, they're absolutely gunning for it here. 12-5 will be the scoreline. Everything is working, and it's pretty straightforward, right? Some flashes over, just wiped him out of the B-bomb site. They don't really make it complicated, Liquid, at the moment.
No. Keeping it simple. Yeah, Ash, some inspiring fist bumps required here. Not really sure there's much left to be done. As GamerLegion won't have much in terms of resources. They did save a couple of weapons at the very least. And you can see that's reflected on your score boards right now. We've got a Snacks Auto Shotgun. He's currently 7 and 15. It's about the same story for everyone else. Acor, surprisingly, Anders, on overpass, he's 4 and 13.
Yeah.
Hasn't really found an AWP shot yet, to be honest. Like, we saw Snacks recover. He's dropped AWP and take down Katie, and that was about as exciting as it got.
Yeah, 2 of those kills for Acor were in that one round that he clutched. And we're like, oh, that's sick, you know. But then there wasn't really much else to talk about, unfortunately. Isaac goes down. Acor comes back. He was spotted in that position just a second ago, but Yakina wasn't quite ready. As the honor shotgun, it blows. Skulls into smithereens. Nafly, Acadian, 2 versus 4 here. I don't know if there's much that they can accomplish in the round, but you're going to try anyway.
Might as well keep them modest if possible. Snacks now with the rifle after taking a lovely shotgun frag. Gives him his position up. Doesn't need to be far to this fight. He knows it, so he's going to be just moving back. Dropping some util. Kios, nice positioning. We'll find Nafly. That guarantees the round. Acadian will not be winning a 1v4 in this particular scenario.
Yeah, especially with the time that's left.
If he gets that double kill, I guess you never know. But objective there is try and find a couple of frags. Keep the CTs modest. Should be money on the T side going forward. I think they had like $10,000 on NAF before they bought into the previous round. So yeah, there'll be cash. Here's the replay of the shotgun frag for Snacks. Known to be a bit of a cheesy player over the years.
Yes, definitely. At one point, synonymous with crazy Max 7 plays, with the smoke, playing on top of the hut on nuke. Like it's all very interesting. Seuss getting a chance to chime in here. First time out used by Liquid. They haven't really had to use any of them. It's just been playing so well for them that they've just kept it going. GamerLegion fighting for overtime, which at this point seems like a crazy dream. Like that's way into the future right here. We have to see a spectacular collapse on the Liquid side to allow that to happen.
In CS2, it can happen. That's the thing.
Once they get to that 10-12 scoreline.
Yeah, that's where things get interesting. But for now, it is map point still for Team Liquid, of course. They've got a nice full buy, as mentioned. Money was strong. Canadian AWP taking quite a lot of damage before the round really begins, though. Scores under 57, Yekindar 68. Exchanging utility towards that connector.
There's Yekindar throwing in a smoke onto the Molotov, but he forgot the fact that it takes 4 seconds for the smoke to actually put out the Molotov, so... Like, oh.
Just CS2 things.
I don't know why that's the case. I don't understand.
They've patched it multiple times, like trying to fix the behavior when smokes land on top of Molotovs, but yeah, there's definitely some weird interaction sometimes. Oh, there's a smoke for you to learn at home. That's an easy one. Oh no, is it easy? There it is.
You have to dig deep. Like, wait a minute. What am I doing? We'll see if it gives them a little bit of cover to try and clear the restrooms out. 50 seconds. No one's pushing out of the B-bomb side of Monster Tunnel, so they're kind of blind to what's happening on this. And not that they have to, but you definitely saw a couple of movements like that. Skulls was out looking on the CT side. Good to find some information sometimes. That is close. You can... He's almost got the headshot. Oh, flashbang is godlike. Skulls will continue the spray. Take down Acor. A 5 versus 3 here. Skull's still alive on 2 health. Yakindar's going to be able to take down Vault. This has been an absolutely stunning performance for Liquid on this map. They've looked so solid. Snacks and Kios left, but at the end of the day, Naf will get another double kill. It's a well-oiled machine. Greased Henry in maple syrup as Naf and Twist just absolutely clean them out here.
Yeah, the Canadians doing some serious damage out there today. It's just poor old Snacks. Left in a 5-on-1. Come on, buddy. Let's get it over with. We all know which way this one's going. As we wait for the final frag to come through, it's a very, very convincing performance. This is a new look Team Liquid. Against Team Spirit, they looked out of their depth. They looked weak. They got the win over the line, but against a coach and a stand-in, it wasn't convincing. This first map on their opponent's pick of Overpass, This is more like it. This is the Team Liquid you want to see. Twist with 21 frags, Naf with 20. That is a world-class performance.
Now that's a reaction on more than one account. Not only on the server, of course, we are going to talk about the quality of Liquid, but even then, the body language, the images we're seeing, the role we're hearing. Liquid are here to make a point. They're here to make the point that yesterday was yesterday. It was nowhere near what we can accomplish, and we're going to show everybody, ourselves first, that we are much better than that.
It was more like it coming in from Team Liquid. There was a great performance all the way around. Good calling, good setup on the CT side. They were even struggling in the beginning of the game. GamerLegion got off to a good start. Liquid had to dig deep, but once they did, they were by far the better team on the server. At no point was this victory in danger for Team Liquid. We spoke about it, of course, Nef, Twist, these individuals showing up, Yakinda even with a lot of ADR. So beautiful all the way around for Team Liquid.
And very much so. You talk about the great start from GamerLegion. You're right. We're talking about a 3-1 on the T side start, which means Liquid had to work with very little utility, very little resource at the beginning of their CT side. But I have to commend the synergy, a synergy that we did not see against Spirit. We were talking about flashing for each other, trading effectively, being here as a second volley of defense. How many times did we see Twist? It looked easy on his monitor. Of course it's not, but because he's being set up in the right way, he's got the aim to go with it as well. This was much better from Liquid. That it makes me happy, much happier than I was yesterday.
Yeah, it's the contrast from yesterday, right? It's the contrast where they were playing yesterday against Team Spirit, and there was no synergy, there was no cohesion, there was no... It felt like there was no game plan in per se, but it didn't really work out for Team Liquid yesterday against Spirit. Whereas for today, I know it's just one map, but this is the opponent's map pick. This is GamerLegion coming in raw passing. We've seen them play it well against FaZe yesterday, and Liquid just looked like a much better team. In these highlights, as you see, I agree with you, there's a lot of individual skill coming in from Twist, a lot of, you know, him just showing who's the big boss on the server, but he's also being set up with flashes, with utility. He's being baited into certain positions. This was great from Team Liquid. There was a cohesion around this team play.
It was much better. And listen, you say it's only one map, it's only one map. That is what we have to work with right here.
Yes.
We are witnessing the first steps of a brand new project coming on from all the directions. So after a complicated day one, we make certain conclusions. If reaction day two, then we adjust our opinion about it. We can't just be sitting here saying, well, I'm not going to have an opinion because it's been 2 games. Hell no. F this. I don't want to do any of it. I want to analyze and react to what we're seeing, which was much better. If we're looking at positives, Naf, straight down the alley as well. Yeah. He keeps having this moment. I love his mid-round. I love the mid-round when it comes to Naf, how he reacts, how he knows when to be aggressive, when not. He always has his finger on the pulse. I mean, the gun round, the second gun round is a good example. He stays alive towards short. He flips a little bit with the Glock, then stays alive again. He continues to be reliable for this Liquid project.
And I think that's the keyword for me, reliable. And that's a phrase we've been putting on Nafly for a very long time. It's almost getting a bit boring speaking about him because he never changes. He never changes from being just a reliable, great Counter-Strike player who's always going to show up. If Nafly is in a team that is functionally well, if Nafly is in a team that has an identity and has, you know, their shit under control, so to speak, then Nafly brings the best out of himself. And we saw this in this game.
And outside of a obviously very strong CT side, what really propulsed Liquid towards the victory here for me is round 14. We're talking about a reaction after losing the pistol round. GamerLegion at this point still had a name in the game. They could still imagine a reaction, but this round right here, even though it doesn't start well for Liquid, of course, they get found, and it's technically a 5v3, is all the power, all the individual power coming to shine through to react in this.
It's also a terrible round for GamerLegion. 2 players being caught off guard in the open while being up just for a brief second in a 5v3. Then, of course, the retake coming in right here. It's very tough for Snacks to do much. He's trying his absolute best, and the Liquid players are just instant in it. I think, you know, as much as I want to praise Team Liquid for playing well, I think GamerLegion were at least 1, maybe 2 levels below their level yesterday against FaZe Clan. So that's also part of the story.
Okay, I know where you're going, and I think you're right. They definitely misplayed this. I still think that Liquid did good at solving problems live with 20 seconds left, sort of boxed in with Snacks behind them, just realizing how much sort of space on the bomb side they can use, where to plan to be safe, and then of course GamerLegion kind of screwed the pooch a little bit, let them come back into this.
I think for my money, it's more so the story that GamerLegion didn't play to the same high level we saw yesterday. So the work conditions and the playing field for Team Liquid was slightly easier, which makes it easier for Team Liquid to get into that flow. Let's be honest, right? It was a 13-6 victory right here for Liquid, so it was never close at any point. I don't think GamerLegion would have won had they played better, but I think the game would have been more competitive. I was lacking a little bit of individual dust coming out from the likes of Acor, from the likes of Isaac, Snacks for that matter as well.
Okay.
So played well yesterday. It felt like there was a lack of spark within GamerLegion.
Okay, that's what I wanted to pick your brain about a little bit. We got very excited for GamerLegion against FaZe. Do you think there is any world in which that victory sort of had them be a little complacent? Did they get surprised by the level that Liquid was putting forward? Did they see themselves a little too great? Or was it just a case of being outmatched by Liquid right here? Trying to walk me through this.
Yeah, I think it was a case of Liquid just outmatching GamerLegion. I think GamerLegion, of course, and they should be, was very proud of their victory against FaZe Clan yesterday, but it's not like one of those where they come into this game and they feel like they're massive favorites. They're still very aware that the last 6 games in a 23 season, they lost every single one of those games, so one victory is not going to change all of that. Of course, they must have given them a bit of confidence, a bit of belief that, yes, if we can beat FaZe Clan, we can, of course, also beat Team Liquid. And let's be real, it's not over yet. There's
Absolutely
still 2
not.
maps potentially to be played, but it wasn't a great showing for GamerLegion, to be straight.
And we are hoping to see a reaction, of course, on map 2. Before we go to a break, I just want to do a quick check-in on the fantasy standing for the talent in the leaderboard. As you can see right there, you have the numbers. You're currently in the 2nd place. Well played to you. I will put the caveat, though, that this is not updated with the map 1 result, and some of us, and I mean me, have Liquid players up in there. I have Twist, I have Cadian. I'm about to bang
Twist is
that
good for you,
money.
huh? Yeah, Twist
I'm
is
about
good.
to get that check straight to the bank, but that is going to be at the end of this series. Of course, I'm getting ahead of myself. We still have plenty of Counter-Strike to be played. In fact, map 2 is coming right after this break, so we'll catch you right back in 3 minutes. Map number 2 awaits between GamerLegion and Liquid. And if we observed the lore of Cadian versus GamerLegion, there is a little bit of history here, of course.
Yeah.
We remember the Paris Major. We remember the 16-6 victory from GamerLegion on Mirage. But here is the harsh truth. Here's the cold shower. GamerLegion, the last 6 months, that's 8 Mirage and it's 7 defeats. So I think the romance from Paris probably stayed at the Eiffel Tower.
I'm gonna say something I've said before during this tournament, and I hate myself for it, but I
hate yourself too.
Absolutely no reason as to why GamerLegion should be able to win this map. One of the main points we brought up yesterday as to why Liquid was struggling was the fact that they were trying a bit too hard to play as a team. They were trying a bit too hard on Nuke against Spirit to be the team Liquid, you know, who tried to outplay their opponent, outposition their opponent, and maybe that was a little bit too soon to do that. Mirage is a map that allows for the individual qualities to shine through. If you're Neff, if you're Twist, if you're KDN for that matter, you can take charge of your own destiny within that map. I think it's a map that suits Liquid well. It suits where they are in their current progress as a team well. So if GamerLegion is not a great Mirage team, as you make it sound as per according to the stats, I think Liquid will be, then why should Liquid not win this map?
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit complicated. Now, believe me, we don't have a whole lot of tape when it comes to Liquid on Mirage.
Online,
in fact, there's just one map that they've played in the process qualifying through the RMR, and I haven't really had the chance to watch that map either. So I'm left with a whole lot of questions. The stats paint a very, very clear picture. There is no going about it. I wanted to quickly elaborate on Liquid, specifically on the CT side of Mirage. I would like to know how you imagine Yekindar and Twist are going to be used. I'm assuming they're going to get the most space. Where do you envision them on the map when it comes to the CT side? Towards that middle, like connector, short area, fighting sort of the middle?
Yeah, they have to be in connector. They have to be on short, you know, either one of the two in both places. Then you have Nafla and Skulls on each their perimeter.
Yes.
And then you have Kaden in the middle trying to be the backup player running around. So I'd be very surprised if that's not the setup. I know Twist at a certain point on FaZe Clan was playing static on the A-bomb side. I don't want to see him go back to that. Involve him, get him in connector. Yekinda on short used to be one of the best players in the world in that position. So I think in terms of individual quality and history from these players on their specific maps, on their specific positions in their careers, Liquid should feel very, very comfortable. Don't forget Kaden on Mirage as well. He lost that map.
I know, and I'm glad that you mentioned it, because Nav had an interview with HLTV and he said, you know, I don't want this team to be FaZe. I don't want this team to be heroic. I want us to find our own identity and our own Counter-Strike. But I still wonder how much of the DNA of Cadian is going to shine through on Mirage, because this was a very signature map for heroic in terms of movement, aggression, being all over the place, gambly. Do we expect that same vein, or is he gonna, you know, dial it back a little bit and play a bit more standard with Liquid now?
I think he's dialing it back a little bit. You know, what we always praised Heroic for were the proactiveness on the map, always in your face, always moving around. I think Liquid is gonna do part of that, but I also think they will be slightly more static than we used to see a Cadian team play like, because it takes an awful lot of time to build this synergy where you can allow yourself to be proactive in that fashion. So it's probably gonna be a bit of a hybrid. I would expect Yekinda out there in middle, fighting left, right, and center. I would expect Twist out there in middle, fighting left, right, and center. And I expect Kaden to be moving around all over the map to help Nafly, to help Skulls on the perimeters.
All right, now help me and help the viewers see a world in which we're pushing it to map number 3. We're starting Mirage, very likely Liquid on the T side, GamerLegion on the CT side. If you're a GamerLegion, what is it you're focusing on the first few gun rounds? Where are you putting your resources? Where are you putting your eggs? In what basket?
I think if you stress Liquid, you know, that's your best option, because we have seen Liquid be vulnerable. So I would come out in a great pace. I would come out and play some fast Counter-Strike. Mirage is also a map that allows you to do executes out of T-spawn if you want to. We've seen Heroic do that a lot. We've seen Ents with Snappy back in the days do that an awful lot, where you just go straight into an A execute, go straight into a B execute. So if they have something in their pockets that can stress Team Liquid in the beginning, maybe that's a way of doing it. But as I said, I find it very hard for GamerLegion to do much here. A-Core, man of the hour, 8-3P, maybe he can show up, Snacks as well, but honestly speaking, this is a Liquid all over for me.
It looks like Liquid are poised to close this 2-0, but we have been surprised with less, and we have had our certainties being thrown out the window a couple of times already in Copenhagen. So another time, Anders, Henry, I'm gonna ask you, make me a believer of map number 3.
I don't think I can, Matthew. I don't think there's any man in the world that has that power right now. It's GamerLegion that are looking weak. Team Liquid are fired up, showing that solid form that we are looking for. And I feel like the power of Twits and Naf combined on a map like Mirage especially, there's just no chance here for GamerLegion.
It's hard to really to sell that story, isn't it, at the moment? The odds don't make it any more convincing or a GG bet. It's Liquid. I mean, it was a much more even. I think it was almost 1-2 when we started. We've shifted there, you know, dramatically since then. And it makes sense. Liquid just look really cool right now. This is what we all wanted, really.
Yeah, I think Pim makes a good point, especially against these sort of teams, this opposition that's a peg beneath them at the very least. They don't have to play the best level of Counter-Strike. They don't have to be playing meta strat every single round. They've got firepower and buckets and spades. Play your game. Get stuck in and let your star players off the leash. You're going to see a lot of that here on Mirage, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Group B upper bracket final. Now, I just will give you some housekeeping. This doesn't mean you make it to World Finals or you win this game, but you do make it to the Group Final. So one more best of 3 after this victory to secure World Finals in June. For now, though, GamerLegion fighting Here on Mirage, a map they don't have a great record on. They've played it 8 times, and they've got 7 defeats in the last 3 months, Anders. As we will see a T-side start from Liquid, it's their map pick. It's that smoke we've been seeing a lot recently. It's quite meta. I mean, you can't really get on the ticket booth. It has to be thrown in a very specific way. And it's going to give a lot of control over Team Liquid as they flash out. But it will be Isaac with the first kill, apparently cleanly through the smoke.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Oh, they'd set it up nicely, Liquid. They'd done everything they could there, but yeah, they still suffer a casualty early on. But it doesn't change the fact that they get the bomb planted. Now, Isaac has a smoke and a kit. Every time we see that in a pistol round, I'm going to call it out because so many pistol rounds are won with just that one smoke kit combination. Although Cadian trying to make sure that doesn't happen. A couple of great headshots from the Danish captain. Now a 3 versus 3. And that bomb is ticking much faster now. It's getting close here for GamerLegion. Cadian hits another stunning headshot, leaving Snacks alone. And luckily only for a second, Nafly will get the rest of the kills. And it'll be Liquid to pick up the pistol.
Nice and simple. Good smoke down towards CT spawn. The reason that's interesting, it lands like halfway up the CT boxes itself. Bloom's higher than usual, means you can't really access the ticket booth at all, but then you still get a clean kill through it. But Cadian, really nice work here from the in-game leader. Great work with the Glock.
Who was it that exited the palace? Did he throw a decoy into the ceiling to make it sound like a grenade bouncing off?
I think it was a flash, but maybe it was a decoy. I'm not sure. We're seeing that a lot more.
Behind, I feel like flashing that position makes no sense whatsoever. I feel like it might have been a decoy just to sort of to mimic the sound, you know?
Well, we saw it a lot yesterday, the decoy on an A main of Anubis. You throw it round the corner as you're swinging just to kind of avert the crosshair, force a turn maybe. I think that's a really viable use case for the decoy that no one really discusses, like using it like a flashbang to kind of get crosses in an uncomfortable position. It's $50, you know, if you can bring one out on the pistol and that leads you to a frag, it pays for itself. But either way, this is the full eco. GamerLegion will have almost no chance now of the bomb going down towards B. You see the AI predictions giving them 1% chance. I would say 0.
Listen, trust the robots, Henry. Don't argue with them. You can absolutely cleaning it up here. Mac 10 getting a couple of good kills in there. I'm a huge proponent of the idea that the decoys shouldn't take up other grenade slots. I don't think it makes sense. I think if you want to make the decoy more viable in normal rounds, like you're never going to sacrifice a flashbang or a smoke or anything.
I don't know.
else.
I think we just have too many of them there. I think I disagree with you there, Anders, because then everyone's just going to buy one, and then there's going to be pop, 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 all around the map.
Teams.
There'll be
like
10 of them each round. It will actually ruin the game. That's a terrible, terrible idea.
Just limit them to a team. Like you can only have like 2 per team.
Okay, well then we don't need to do it anyway. Let's just leave it. Let's just leave it. The current system that works. But yeah, like I do feel the decoy doesn't get enough love. I think there's something to it, like being able to suggest you're executing onto a bomb site, you throw like 2 or 3 of them over in a pistol round, then you throw one around the corners, you're peeking. There's something there. But first tactical timeout. GamerLegion got absolutely spanked on their map pick of Overpass. A couple of interesting moments for them, but ultimately Liquid outclassed them in every facet of the game. Round 3, rifles available as A-Core, who couldn't really get going.
I kind of want to see 10 decoys now in a game.
Yeah, it might happen one day. But what have we got on the Team Liquid side? Mac 10, Galil's, Helmet Watch. They've actually got 3 helmets out there. It's A-Core and Kios you need to be careful of. A little bit squishier to the Mac 10 and Galil's. Snacks, though, showing some assertion, some confidence. As they start to probe the mid-area, he explores towards the underpass, using the veil of a smoke as cover. And back in towards B, maybe not, going in T-spawn. So A execution looking likely. We've got Skulls at the end of the palace. And his teammates starting to transition over. You've got that lurk of Yekindar. He'll just be trying to show presence in towards B. Stop the rotations, but a ton of territory taken by GamerLegion here.
Oh, this is very, very tricky. That's going to go the other way, so he's not going to know about anything that's happening. I think Isaac is going to go check the B hallway, and then Snacks is going back through T spawn, and he's not going to waste any time. He sees the potential execution. That's also the bomb down. Yekina goes down. This is actually so sick. GamerLegion absolutely infiltrating the backline of Liquid in the middle of the execute and shutting it down. Yeah, this is absolutely over. What a shock to Liquid when you're just about to throw the grenade. You're almost setting up the execute, and then it's pulled away from you right under your feet.
Really nice round for Snacks. Very well played. Good smoke down at T-spawn as well, just to make things extra uncomfortable. It's poor old Twist remaining. He does not have the bomb on his back. He's just hoping to find these low HP players, but Snacks has booked it. He's out of there. 10 seconds remaining. Round done. They'll be getting $1,400 on top of the current reserves they have. Twist trying to make this one as costly as possible, though. He'll hold on to the M4A1S. He can drop a weapon over to Skulls. So they have one more buy available to them. But that's a good recovery from GamerLegion there. Nice confidence to middle towards the start of the round. Managed to push towards top and middle, in towards T-spawn. Team Liquid didn't see it coming, as you mentioned. They were just getting set up for their utility, and just as he was about to deploy the smoke, he gets taken down. That is rough. They should have been a little bit more aware of it. Mid was open for a while.
Yeah, I guess a lot of the time the CTs will just park themselves in mid. Like they'll get one person up by the haycart and they'll just sit there, kind of sit there, right? They weren't expecting for anyone. But you're right, like someone has to keep somewhat of an eye on what's happening there. Flaw in the Liquid plan for that round. They're happy to send a couple of shots that way. They've got 2 AKs picked up on the CT side, so a bit of a luxury on top of that. No AWP in play yet, except on Cadian, but on the CT side.
Ouch. Twist swallows the grenade, courtesy of Acorp. And it's Cadian also giving up the fact he's got the AWP, hit by the smoke. It's getting a little bit awkward out there right now. Isaac with control of the underpass right now. Doesn't feel completely safe. Will decide just to drop off. He's still got Acorn towards that window position. We hit the 1 minute mark. I think it's a similar call to what we saw before. They're going to go back in towards A, this time showing a bit of mid-presence, so they won't be backstabbed this time, but you're going to see smoke down spawn. Smoke towards jungle.
They've got very little utility, especially they're lacking Molotovs to clear out the bomb side.
This is going to be about the flashes.
Yeah.
You just want to keep pumping them over. At least they've got like 5 of those. So smoke down, that's the spawn one we talked about. Flash is going to go over. Let's see if they can pull this one back. It's Snacks lying in wait, in position. Starting to mow them down now. The CT's looking very comfortable, especially Acor. That AK starting to sing right now. Quiet performance on overpass, but he's roaring loud and proud. As he pushes them back, Liquid's efforts have been nullified. And Twist, nothing left to do. He took heavy damage at the start. Cadian will have to hold on to the AWP with 10 seconds remaining.
Great defense. And I think, I mean, you know, you're right. It would have been the flashbangs that would have done it. They never landed deep enough. And the problem is, when Snacks is in that forward corner, that's where you need a Molotov. Like, that's where you need somebody to burn him out of it. And they obviously didn't have it, so reasonable idea for Liquid, but in practice didn't work out. GamerLegion, good work.
Not a map they usually post good results on, but it's starting to look convincing. Team Liquid so far presented a default back in towards A execution with little utility. Was always going to be difficult. Zeus decides to chime in here. He's speaking a lot. He's got something to say to Cadian.
Yeah, he's like, it looks really serious in the moment, but yeah, he's a strong presence anyway, like a strong character, Zeus. I think the work between the two of them could be interesting.
Certainly could be. And with the saved AWP and an AK-47 available, the round is not a foregone conclusion. There is still a fighting chance here. It should be a partial buy, he says, as they fully invest standards. They're going for it. So they've spent every last penny, upgraded pistols, some Kevlar, and this round has to be built around the Cadian AWP. First interaction here, Snacks might get caught off guard, but no, he's repositioned. Doing great work here. Skulls doesn't stand a chance. Down he goes.
Yeah, potential for a really awkward interaction there. Snacks dies, then it's absolutely on for the A-bomb side, but he's back. He's got Volt on the other side, who will get taken down by Cadian, so pretty good timing on that one. 3 versus 4. And now just trying to buy some time. Smoke's going up towards Shadow. Twists. Yeah, he knows he can't stick around for too long. Snacks gets to live. Did Twist think he'd got the kill already?
He got the frag. He thought he had it. It looked locked in. I thought he did as well. quite frankly. And that could cost them the round. Cadian trying to transition with the bomb, but making a lot of sound en route. He will be heard, he will be detected. Does he have the presence of mind to check towards short? Might not matter. Default plant will be possible, but that just means they can get closer and closer and kill him as soon as he gets up this plant. Just like that. And probably a full defuse coming in right now.
Yeah. Naf miles away in T-spawn. So yeah, at least they get the bomb plant, I suppose. They got a little bit of working there, but GamerLegion celebrating, and rightly so. 3 rounds for them now. Started to really pick it up on the CT side, so it's better than we were expecting. There was a chance here that it could just be an absolute wipeout for GamerLegion. So good to see them bounce back from losing the first map and now onto a map that they don't feel as comfortable in.
Yeah, I thought Liquid were going to dominate this one, honestly, especially on the T side. They'd be dictating the pace, pushing back the aggression, clutching out rounds, but anything but really. After winning the pistol, they've given it 3 in a row. Haven't seen much tactical depth for them yet. It's just been that kind of quite underwhelming A execution, not even a pincer. It's all coming out of the palace and the A ramp. I'd like to see a little bit more traditional defaults, go for those connector plays. Take the vision away towards middle first. Skulls.
My God.
Good Lord, that's a nice shot. He times it to perfection. The pre-fire towards the first box. Kios, did he just get a straight up wallbang there on twists? I think he got that in the kitchen. Yeah, he did.
Must have.
He molotovs towards the end and then wallbangs him through the wooden boards. You don't see that too often actually being converted. That's pretty cool.
It feels like one of those wallbang positions that should get way more kills, but you're right, in practice, doesn't really work out that way. 4 versus 4. We've got the bomb, top mid, and GamerLegion, not that much mid control for them at the moment. They're a little bit further away. You could see Isaac is kind of on duty, making sure no one's sneaking through the window. And obviously in CS2, you don't have to shoot out the entire vent there. You can shoot through.
Yeah, it's one of the headline features of the game.
Yeah.
The Source 2 engine is here. Scientists have finally worked it out. You can shoot through a vent. And, well, these guys can shoot in the head, it seems, as Kios, Isaac continue to dominate here with the rifles. This is very convincing. GamerLegion seem comfy right now. This is more like it. This is the team we saw yesterday.
Yeah. Good on them.
Not going to get blown out of the water this time. Dekandar, nothing he can do. Another convincing kill there from Kios. Gets himself his 3rd of the round. Clinical finish. That's more like it. Ash is liking what he's seeing out there. I am too. They're playing with confidence. They're not playing cagey Counter-Strike. They're actually getting information, obtaining mid-control, and backstabbing, flanking, and even recovering these 5-on-4 deficits. This is the wallbang I was discussing earlier. Straight up takes down Twitch. You lock him in the corner with a deep Molotov.
Yeah.
Then you spam the wooden boards when he's trying to bounce into Salvation. And if he doesn't have Kevlar especially, you're going to mow them down. Great round from Kios there.
Yeah,
Double
normally...
up setup as well.
Oh, you're right.
Don't see many of those these days.
It's interesting. Yeah, we nowadays we kind of almost talk about it like if you're really far behind, you're a little bit tilted, you go for the double AWP just as a, you got to try something. Obviously, at one point in time, it was the thing that people did, but the whole teams almost were built around it. Not anymore. Yakindar will take the kill against Isaac, so a bit of a start, dodging the EWPs for now. And some good mid control for Liquid. Some pretty, basic setup here on the T side. Coming through the underpass, controlling top mid. See if they can find a reasonable path into a bomb site from this position. Smoke right on top of Snacks. Look at how huge that smoke is, and a headshot. Cadian, he's on one right now. 6 kills for him. Looking for Voltus Twist, and he will get it. Chaos, he's powered through the smoke and actually does an amazing job. That's a pretty good double kill, but it might not be enough here. A-Core is on his own, and he can't even land a shot. Is Naf at range.
That's another one of those lofty smokes there. That allows you to get it. That's what I wanted to see. I discussed it before. We haven't seen much tactical depth. I know it's early on, but those are the sort of innovations I'm really enjoying there. So they completely lock off the vision from the ticket booth. The AWP on top of the ticket booth can't see a damn thing. You can actually get up connector. That's the first time I've seen it thrown, at least. That's a really cool smoke. Like, that's what we're waiting for with CS2. Like, we're waiting for this to actually start playing the game. We're still kind of playing CSGO right now, and kind of we're blowing open the smoke, sure, but we're not taking full advantage of all the options available. We're starting to see them slowly but surely as tournaments develop, and we'll see if A-Core can start to sink his teeth into this series. Nice opening frag. towards one of the absolute best fraggers on the server right now, but he's been locked in, and down he goes. Fantastic response. Back and forth the frags go, but it is going to be a solid man advantage for the Legion of Gamers. Skulls helps himself to Tetris. Got Nath to work with, but he's all the way back in T-spawn with the bomb. Does he try and find space and an opening himself, or wait for backup?
So much time here. Yeah, Skulls is going to be waiting. Nath, in theory, could land an HE right on top of Ult, and it could be a pretty quick 2-on-3. Hard to throw from this angle. Going to be the jump over instead, and Skulls get the job done. Don't know if there's an easy way for them to get the bomb planted. The problem is they're lacking the smokes, so they're going to have to rely on other grenades, but of course those don't block all the vision. HE, and look at the lineup here. Oh, it's so good to spray Isaac. If he had more bullets, he would have won the fight right then and there. Nath can't land the headshot. Isaac to get the double, and GamerLegion going to get another round. End up at 5-3.
Nice work. GamerLegion posting 4 rounds in a row. The streak was broken, but they are back to their winning ways, courtesy of an opening pick from Acor. And then a nice finish from Isaac as well with the USP M4 combo. Didn't quite deny the plants, so the money is going to be okay, I suppose. But Volt, good work against Yekindar as well. They went for that ace flip, but he gets a beautiful double kill. It was quite a chaotic round, and this was a close from Isaac. He knew he did enough damage, pulls out the USP, just a couple more shots would do it. Connects them both. And I think he wanted to deny that plant, but we'll take it. As we get into the next round, we'll have a look at the cash as well for Team Liquid. The loss bonus will be somewhat established. We can justify a bit of a partial investment here. But yeah, this is getting a little bit worrying for them in terms of the third map discussion. We've got an AK for Yekindar. Basic utility, I think this would be the full B set piece. So expect to see smokes down towards the pillars and the window as they flash over. Good flash, actually, very effective, but I don't think they have the awareness to find Kios. He's got great crossfires here. AK-47, huge damage output as Yekindar does pull one back. He gets a double. They needed him to step up here. His partial buy has led them to a 4-on-3 advantage here. But oh my God, so much damage through the smoke. Snacks, he still thinks they can go for it. They'll boost the AWP up.
I think they feel like they've done a lot of damage with the early grenades, so they probably feel like some of them have got to be low, and they're not wrong either, but once they don't get the initial spam through the smoke, I guess they realize it's not worth it any longer. They're going to fall away. A slightly delayed B rush, but it works super well, and it's all thanks to Yekindar picking up those early shots. That second one was looking very, very sketchy, but managed to make it through. 4 versus 3 here. So 3 people surviving on the GamerLegion side at the very least. That's something to celebrate, right? You still don't want to run out of money on the CT side. Liquid. It's been a while, but they pick up another round. And remember, they are on the T side. So, you know, even at 4 rounds, it's not amazing, but it's something to work with, right?
Great play. Good response. Ash rallying the troops now. It's been a solid performance from GamerLegion on Mirage. After losing the pistol, got himself a 1-round lead here. They've gone back to the double AWP setup, Snacks and Acor, to use them. Acor's had a couple of interesting moments on Mirage, but yet to really pop off to his full potential. It's Snacks with the turret-like AWP towards the B-bomb site. You're not very mobile there, you're just normally holding one line. You could go a little bit further, I suppose, but we'll see if Twists will sniff him out.
Oh, it's close. It's real close there. Snacks might have had an opportunity. And again, it's decent mid-control for Liquid.
Yeah, these are the rounds we wanted to see. Showing those protocols, initiating those splits, and eviscerating players like Acor. It's going to be a complete collapse on towards the bomb site, taking out everyone in their path. Kios still remains. He's been fantastic so far on Mirage, but only good for 2 this time. Snacks, AWP, has got a kit. No bomb planted just yet. Smoke goes down towards Connector. He'll have to leap in towards the window. The only chance of winning this one, and still, it's very unlikely he brings it down to 1 versus 1. But with the pistol out, Anders.
Oh, but he runs into Skulls. He needed to find Yekindar first. That would have been it. That is, I think, the second time on the map that I've seen A-Core get out-dueled with an orb at range. Last time it was against Nafly.
Yeah,
that's really hard to... That's something that'll really tilt you.
Shouldn't be happening. Cadian shouldn't be winning the duel. Let's see if we get it from Cadian's POV here. It was a wild shot.
He just crouched right into it to pick it up. That's still a very close round, obviously, at the end here. 1 versus 2, a little bit low on health. But that's a massive boost to Liquid. Now they're starting to feel that momentum surge back again. Although, Chaos, hold on. Deagle's in play here, and he's found the first shot.
Oh, it's a B stack as well. They might be taking the bait. Solid grenade, though. A-Core can't catch a break right now. Max damage, pretty much, on their eco round. You're going to see that mid-control come in once again. They've lost Yekindar on Roots, who was a unfortunate situation. Maybe should have waited for the smoke to bloom before he took the swing, but it's neither here nor there. Skulls needs to be very careful. If he gives up another rifle here, that is a big deal. And he has.
They still should be winning this round more or less straight up. There's no kit in play.
I don't know, Anders. I don't know. I think you're right. But all it takes is one aggressive maneuver, and you've got 2 players remaining. You've given them guns. And sure, there's no kits, but yeah, it's collapsing now. And it's Cadian is going to be surrounded. There we go.
I don't understand it. I don't know why they want to fight so much. They've got to be able to guess that there's not going to be a kit. You know they're on the other bomb side, more or less. That's rough.
I don't like those sort of...
need to.
When you know you're up against an eco, I don't like those lurky plays. Like, Skull's like, sure, you might be able to get 1 kill, but you just lost everything. If you go down, you're giving up an AK, your teammates haven't got space to pound, instead it's waiting for you to get some intel. I feel like...
Absolutely insane kill from Kios at the start of it.
Yeah, I told you, man, that one wasn't secure at all. That was pretty underwhelming. A very sloppy round from Liquid by their standards.
Yeah, even in the 5-on-3, you're pushing into the fight. Like, that's questionable. 12th round is coming up, Henry. We do have the last of the half here. Orb on A-Core once again. GamerLegion. I think they need the 7th round. Let's go.
Let's just go with the B rush, lads. We can't mess that one up. Get stuck in. And taking a lot of damage en route. It's down to Isaac. He gets the first frag. Now Kios, he's showed great form so far, trying to hold on to the spray. He's good for 1. Oh, Snacks has been so good, but I think he made a sound cue. Cadian seems more than aware as to where he's coming from. Used the bayonet on the AWP to close things out. And after a blunder in the previous round, it's Team Liquid landing on their feet, finishing the half at 6-6. Speaking of rebuild and maybe speaking of a comeback, like Snacks, like seeing you back in Tier 1 CS, how are you finding the transition, being back in the game, CS2, like how are you feeling as an individual right now?
I would say it's pretty good. Like I was playing it with the Polish teams a bit, like probably with like the core of the last 9 lineup as well. So it was pretty nice. Obviously, I didn't play in Tier 1 for I think 3 or 4 years. So and I also changed like my role to be an AGL. So but I was doing it before, like VP times even. And
everyone had to go in VP, right? Like everyone had to go at one point.
Yeah,
like,
I think maybe not Bialy and Pasha actually. I don't think so. They were like AGLing in the VP, but like me, Neo, and Tas mostly were just like swapping. And I was even sometimes doing like full rebuild of the strategy like in the team. So I would say I like the guys, and the transition to even CS2 from CSGO is pretty nice for me. I like it. Obviously it's not the perfect game yet, but maybe in 4 years, maybe 7.
Do you feel like you've got a fighting chance of making it through this group?
I think so, yeah. Like I would say it's a tough group, obviously. Spirit is not in the full power, I would say. It might be okay. Like I don't know what to think like about Liquid. We didn't play them yet. I don't think so. They have any matches online. Obviously, it's something different when you play in NA than in Europe, for example. So it's hard to tell, but I think we have a chance. Like
you seem excited, Snacks. You seem like you're ready for this tournament. You actually want to do some work, yeah?
Yeah, I actually think like we are pretty solid right now. Obviously, if we can like manage to put the work with it in bootcamp to the server on here on the event, I would say we have pretty good chance to go through groups and do even more damage.
very warm welcome back to Spring Groups 2024. You join us for the second map between Team Liquid and GamerLegion. We split it right down the middle, 6-6. I have to say, though, it looked like GamerLegion were the more convincing team there on Mirage so far. It was Team Liquid pulling that last round back, but losing to the Eco. There were a few bumps in the road. They should be in good stead, though, still, to take this map. There's more than enough to work with here. But, of course, as usual, a very important pistol, A execution, to kick things off. As you will see, 2 smokes available. Look out for those, especially towards CT spawn and A-Core. Beautiful shot, that PT-50. That's the cue to collapse in towards the site.
It's got to feel great for A-Core, getting a bit of revenge into KD and landing the last shot in with the AWP at the end of the first half. That was sickening. So, yeah, he gets something back.
They're going to swing into spawn, I believe. They haven't smoked it themselves. Is that the bomb being denied?
That is the bomb, Henry. You're not wrong. Oh, they're trying to pick it up again. I was going to say, if he's sitting right at the same angle, that'd be devastating. But the bomb finally going to be planted here. 4 versus 4 in the after plant. And see, is anyone thinking, oh, what is happening? Volt, I don't think he was thinking about that. I don't think he was looking for it. He was bunny jumping back towards T-spawn and landed a headshot, almost running and taking down Yakinda. That is a disgusting kill. Skulls now trying to fight his way back, but only for a second. This GamerLegion will pick up another pistol round.
They certainly will. Brutal shots there. Yeah, a big smile on the face of Volt. Good Lord.
I really want to see that from his point of view. I feel like he was just happily jumping back.
Yeah, you thought they'd be back in the round. That bought them a good, 5-6 seconds to rotate in. Oh, you couldn't even see his head. He, bends the bullet.
Yeah, he does. Like that stupid movie Wanted.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that movie. That was tragically bad. It was kind of fun.
I have nightmares about that.
Yo, the MP5's out.
Oh, yeah. I falsely advertised that the other day as a Galil, but now it's actually here, Henry.
It's actually arrived. Okay. We'll see what he can do with it.
Of course, it had to be Snacks to pick it up. That makes sense.
We saw a UMP yesterday as well.
Yeah. Becoming a really rare sight. Still, nobody's caught on to the fact that the P90 is the real meta gun. People are in denial about it.
At the start, in Sydney and stuff, a lot of teams are using the P90 to great effect. There is a good use case for it. Swiss on this force buy has found the opening frag, and the Julies are starting to do serious work right now. They're leaping into the Lion's Den and getting absolutely mauled by Team Liquid. A-Core, the last player remaining. It's a very clean round. Great response as the scout from Swiss opened things up. As you mentioned, fantastic grenade to soften them up, and the Julies doing God's work as they land on the bomb side floor. They get no plan. It was Twist to find that great shot towards Snacks. That MP5 didn't even fire off a bullet. And the smoke as well. Really nice. Just funneling them out of that tight choke point. And there it is. Really good round there. Liquid back on their feet. And there's not necessarily a force buy back in response. They're going to go with not even a partial buy. They keep themselves about $800. They've got some deagles, but more importantly, no Kevlar means extra squishy, as Isaac just finds out. Takes a grenade to the face, down to 44 points of health, and Yekindar licking his lips. He knows there's some eco frags available. Wants to farm that money. First kill on the table here. Now Fly will send Snacks packing. Another nade.
Yeah, you might as well. Just don't let them get a fair fight with the deagle where you might end up losing it. Just use the grenades. Try and stay mobile as much as you can with the submachine guns here. Man, the scouts in the last round were doing so much work. That was crazy. They've even upgraded into a couple of Galils. So on the CT side, that means they're sort of stealing some money. They can build an economy much, much faster than otherwise. Yekindar in a good position to get some kills here, but actually, Cadian going down. That's all right. Still, Yekindar, not bad. 3 kills on him with the MP9. So making quite a lot of money in that round. And Liquid, that's them getting into the second half so much earlier. A problem for GamerLegion.
A real problem. But they did keep their money at an interesting level, like I said. $800. See what they can do in this follow-up round. They have lost the lead at this stage. It's going to be 8-7 for Liquid, and some open runway here. Swiss, he's had a magnificent tournament so far.
God damn.
Plenty of kills available in front of him. Everyone trying to leap in. They want to get those eco frags, baby.
It's the casual nature in which he just kills him mid-air, just headshot before Echo even touches the ground. And like, okay, well, you made that look very easy.
Well, speaking of easy, that round was comprehensive. 9 on the board.
Yeah, Ash trying to take some notes on whatever is going on at the moment, but things are slipping out of their control right now, GamerLegion. It's an interesting first half. Could have been the case that they could have got more rounds. I think the fact that it gets tied 6-6, probably a little bit fortunate for Liquid, to be honest. Tech pause here.
Yeah, I'm sure it's something trivial. Small headset issue. Looks to be just something to do with the headset itself. So we'll just take a moment's respite here to catch our breath. And if you are just joining us, welcome. This is the first series of the day. We have plenty of action coming your way today after this one as well. There's always going to be 4 best-of-3s throughout the entirety of the tournament. We're kicking things off with GamerLegion versus Team Liquid. We're on the second map right now. Liquid in a good position to take this 2-0 and make their way to the group final. Up next, we have an interesting game. FaZe versus Spirit. Now, on paper, usually that would sound like a fantastic match, but bear in mind, we've got Hallie, the coach. We've got Baz, the academy player, standing in for Magix and Donk. So take from that what you will. We thought it'd be an open shut case, but Spirit gave Team Liquid a real run for their money. A 3-map affair with overtimes, tantalizingly close every single map. So FaZe, they need to be high alert for that game. That's coming up next. After that, Virtus Pro versus Cloud9. Now that's going to be game of the day. Cloud9 looked amazing against Heroic. Boom, Itch with the AWP, got that sensational no-scope sequence. Up against Jame, though, and then methodical, frustrating playstyle. Yeah. I feel like VP are the favorites going into that one, but love to be proven wrong. Let's see if Cloud9 can find some form going forward. And then the last game of the day happening at 6:30 will be Big taking on Heroic. The ugly ducklings of this group, the teams that haven't really turned up so far.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Unfortunately, yeah, that Boomich clip, I've had to rewatch that a couple of times. Call him Boom Riss at this point. He's he's out of control.
Well, that's the day laid out for you. A lot of Counter-Strike to come. Looking forward to seeing Team Spirit and Hallie again. Like, it was just a lot of fun.
It was a very wholesome, experience. Even when they were losing some rounds, they were laughing their way through. Chopper, I think, was laughing like 80% of the time in victory or in defeat. It doesn't really matter. They were just having a really good time. They kind of know what the stakes are here. So, but for now, the tech issue has been resolved. Thanks to the admins for clearing it all up, and we are back in the game. Second map here on Mirage. It's Liquid with a 2-round lead against GamerLegion, and this is the map pick of Liquid as well. There's KD, and he's really rediscovered himself. From yesterday, he just wasn't even really present in terms of the frags, but today, it's been a different affair.
You need to be careful, though. Here's Nafly. Absolutely destroying the Palace position, playing like a king up there. As he does get the double kill, upgrades to an AWP himself. And now it's double digits for Liquid. Nothing left to be said about this round. Only option, really, is to try and hold on to the weapons you have. There's going to be Snacks and Kios, hoping the CTs get too aggressive, too confident, and walk into the crosshairs here. But we've got a long wait ahead of us, Anders. We've got a minute on the clock here.
Just waiting it out. I mean, I can't really blame them. I don't know what they're supposed to do in this position, so... yeah, just getting to see the Mirage scenery a little bit. It's a shame people don't get to spend more time at the Palace. There's little pillows up there, little throw pillows.
It is
some nice decor,
It was one of the kind of prime examples of the Source 2 engine, the Palace position. Like, it really does glow. It looks quite beautiful up there.
Yeah.
Kind of gives you an understanding of what's possible now graphically. Now we've ported over. We're waiting for some other features. Would like to see some danger zone, I'd like to see surfing work again. Do you know what I'd really love to see? Is them really integrate those community game modes into the client itself. So we can actually have, like we have leaderboards for Premiere. Would love to see that for have official surf maps, and you have leaderboards and timings on that as well. And it's part of the game.
That's a cool idea.
Do the same with KZ, and it's all official and ranked. And then you kind of nurture those communities instead of expelling them like you have already. You can't even surf right now in CS2. Like, what are we doing? Like, fix that. Come on. Like, even the server browser doesn't even really work. Like, I don't even know how you're supposed to operate with it. I can't seem to even find community servers anymore. I try and use it just doesn't work. So like that I know that's not part of the esports conversation, but they're a really valuable part of our community, and I feel like we're doing them a disservice by not even allowing surf to happen in CS2. Like,
To be fair, just talking about the non-esport side of it, because even in Go, I think there were a lot left on the table for that kind of stuff. Like back in 1.6, there were a lot of really fun mods that people would play. Like if you were sick of playing really like competitive Counter-Strike, you just play like Warcraft 3 mods or zombie mods. Or, like
Yeah,
some of these things were like really popular.
we don't have access to the programming language in the Source 2 engine yet. They haven't implemented it into CS2, right? So we can't even build those mods. Like, at least give the people the tools to like fix some of these issues. Give us like we can build it.
Yeah,
We just need the tools.
Give the people the tools.
Yeah.
We'll rise up.
Well, we are back into it, ladies and gents. The dying stages potentially of this series as Liquid have got now a double orb set up.
We'll build our own Counter-Strike in Pal World.
Well, that's exactly. That's what we kind of had to do, though. The first 10 years of Counter-Strike, like there were no esports initiatives from Valve. It was all community built. You know, like we're fine doing it. We just needed the option to do so.
So I'm a massive Valve simp. I've got faith, Henry. They'll bring it back.
Still got faith.
Still got faith. Here we go. We're leading into it. It's a 3-round lead now. They're on the bomb site, ready to go, GamerLegion. But that grenade blew open the smoke and just as Snacks walked into it. A bit of a disaster, really. Skulls. Good spray to take down Chaos, and this is falling apart rather quickly. No bomb plant being allowed for. Sure, they stepped onto the bomb site and they got wiped out.
That's the fire I'm looking for from Team Liquid. Convincing rounds, everyone screaming, hollering, high fives coming out, good vibes, great energy, and yeah, just warms your heart. Yeah, it's a team you want to see do well, just considering all the history, the legacy of all these players, and the storylines of Cadian and Heroic, and Twist leaving FaZe to reunite with former teammate Naf as well, looking for another Grand Slam potentially.
That is a reunion.
That's a hell of a reunion. And unfortunately, GamerLegion might have this give up map points, and maybe even series point. But these rounds can work. Like, just when you get a little bit too confident, they start to find some footing. A kill, maybe a couple for Kios. He's been fantastic. The bomb, though, it's all the way in the apartments, or as you would say, Anders, the B apartments.
I like that, Henry. You're still trying to own that. I appreciate it.
Oh, Ekandar, you're dead, kid. Yeah, they're getting a little overzealous. Like,
that's so close.
Daydreaming a bit there, but it's fine. Kios, they know where he was. At the very least, he's half HP right now. This one is possible. However, it's unlikely. With the bomb down in such a formidable position.
I know he has a minute, but it's such a long time because he can't really run there and run back, right? He has to kind of walk almost the whole way. It's just a miserable position to be in. At some point, you're better off running, even if it's obviously a bad move in a regular kind of round. But
I feel like this one could get a bit goofy. I'm not sure how much vision Cadian has on the bomb. I'm sure he's just got a very tight line with the orb. I assume he can see it, but I don't think he hits the shot. Yeah, you can grab that bomb and get out of there now. Okay, well, not the case. Thought he was surrounded. Yeah, if he did just grab the bomb there after the shot, but obviously he thinks he has a CTs on the steps ready to swing. Good effort by Kios, but not quite enough, I'm afraid. It's going to be series points. Of course, this is the upper bracket final, so if you lose this one, you go on to play the winner of FaZe and Spirit, which is coming up next. Yes. Likely to be FaZe. That's going to be an elimination game, so that's the one coming up after this. I don't think there's much left to be said in this particular series. It would take 5 rounds in a row of a brittle economy, and Cadian starting to land some serious shots now.
Yeah, just the energy is amazing right now. Immaculate vibes, as the Summers would say on Liquid here.
Oh, I agree. Couldn't really ask for much more. Ekandar to kick off the proceedings here. In round number 20, now flying that secondary orb. Ekandar finds the 3rd kill. It looks like we're all done here. We are now, and it's going to be Team Liquid returning to their world-class form. Cadian showing us he's still got it with the AWP. Another world-class showing from Twist. They've made it through the group. They're in the group final tomorrow. We'll see if they can actually get to the World Finals. After a shaky performance yesterday, this is more like it.
Now, I agree with you, Henry. This is more like it. This is the Liquid that we've been sold on. This is the hype that we were talking about. Individual quality, some vibe, some atmosphere to it, some intensity to it as well. And more importantly, Cadian reassuring us just a little bit. This was a good map for him. The Cadian that we know and love.
That's the main takeaway for me. I agree, Liquid played good Counter-Strike today. They were assertive, they were hyped up, there was a lot of energy within the camp, but Cadian, who had a rough showing yesterday, showed up today, leading the team by example, calling some good Counter-Strike, and of course then Twist on the first map went absolutely nuclear. This was the Liquid that we were hoping to see. This was the Liquid we were questioning whether or not they'd be ready at this early stage, but I think today was a much better showing than yesterday.
And it feels like an accurate picture in the sense of, sure, the T side could be a little bit refined.
Sure.
And we understand their situation. We understand how far ahead they are in their development path and in terms of strategies. So it was a little bit bulky, a little bit messy Counter-Strike, but that's okay. Just with the power of trading, a couple of individuals popping off on executes. Yekindar had a couple of good cleaning up moments on the B side, but it's already 6 rounds and you move on to the CT side and just the quality of the roster from one side to the other. It gets really complicated to find solutions.
Listen, that's the thing, right? We can talk about the way they want to play Counter-Strike, the identity they're trying to build, whether it's going to be a mixture of FaZe or Heroic, or it's going to be a new Liquid identity. What we can't, I guess, take away from this lineup, no matter what, is the individual quality these players possess. You're talking about some of the best players in the world in Twist, in Neff, in Cadian, even Yakinda if he can get back into shape, right? So even if there is going to be a couple of bulky moments, rough periods, you know, where they're trying to build this identity, some of these individuals will be able to bail them out of games. And I think we saw that today with Neffly playing absolutely stellar, Twist going nuclear map 1. It wasn't needed to be clean, it was just needed to be all right.
The job has been done, definitely, and it's much more reassuring than what we had seen in the first game for Liquid. So this is good news for the fans of Counter-Strike and the NA/SA/EU fans around the world. Liquid can really just hit all of these bases. Good for them. Let's have a look at the bracket. Where does that leave us when it comes to Group B? Well, first of all, that means GamerLegion is waiting for an opponent down there. We're talking about survival, FaZe versus Spirit. That's obviously our next game, but it also means that now Liquid is in the group final. They are one best-of-3 victory away from London. Now, I say it as if it was already done. It's not going to be an easy ordeal. There could be a potential FaZe rematch over there, and the second place is on Sunday. I don't want to wish that for my worst enemy. I think Sunday is going to be hella complicated. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We still have another game to cover. It's going to be a FaZe versus Spirit, and it's coming up after this break. Welcome back to the Blast Premier Spring Groups 2024. I am still Maniac, your host, and I have Pimp Jacob Winnecke by my side. We are talking about FaZe and Spirit. The former, of course, were a little bit surprised, caught off guard by GamerLegion in their entering of 2024. That is definitely not what they were hoping for, but some might argue this might be the best time to get that little kick in the ass. The latter now, Spirit, were very exciting. And although ended up getting that L versus Liquid, I think everybody agrees that they showed up much better Counter-Strike than what we had expected. We thought this would just be a walk in the park. They would present no opposition at all, and we were wrong. There were quality in that Spirit roster, and I still haven't really quite figured out why they were able to play such good Counter-Strike in the goddamn conditions they were in.
It's a very good question, Matthew. We had the conversation coming into the studio this morning in the car that we've both felt that Spirit could have won 3-0 in the sense that every single map they played against Team Liquid yesterday, they could have won the map, maybe should have won the map. So they over-exceeded our expectations tenfold yesterday. Some great individual performance coming in from some of these players. Shiro obviously had it going. Chopper with a fantastic second map. I think he was 23-8 at a certain point on that third deciding map. So there was a lot of positives to drag out of Team Spirit. However, I do feel that yesterday was their one shot at making something out of this group. Going up against FaZe Clan today, that's going to be a complete different game.
Definitely much more complicated. I like that you gave a little shout out to Chopper. Honestly, a player that here and there has had these pop-off moments. Not exactly super consistent with it, but maybe you can argue that he's got a little bit less to worry about from a game plan perspective. After all, there's no real pressure. They were smiling yesterday. The vibes were really good. They were having a good time. I heard them laugh around right now, getting ready for the game. So maybe, just maybe, he can shake off the IGL leadership duty too much. Just, play Counter-Strike, have some fun.
Yeah, we said it yesterday as well. Same argument you can present right here. There's nothing to lose whatsoever for Spirit. No one expects anything out of them. No one expects them to even take a map off FaZe Clan, let alone make the game competitive. So you're right. They can come in with no expectations, feel completely free, and I think that was one of the strengths yesterday they showcased.
And a quick shout out to Shiro as well. I see beyond this event, I see beyond this roster, which is obviously with Bass from the Academy, with Halley the coach, we are aware of the circumstances, but I think everyone out there is looking for Shiro to remind us of who he is. Think about the Cloud9 Shiro. Think about the player that made the top 3, the top 4 best players in the world's list. Now he's paired with Dong. We're going to have to be a little bit more patient to see this duo coming through, but that requires Shiro to be Shiro, and I think we had a couple of these moments yesterday already.
I would agree with that. I think it's obviously a strong signing. It's a massive scoop for an organization like Spirit to be able to attract a player like Shiro into their lineup. I also do look for the future of this lineup. With Spirit having Shiro and Dunk and Chopper in the mix, I think the foundation for them to be a competitive team, challenging for the top 10 spots, maybe even top 5 in the world, is definitely there. Whether or not that's going to take a couple of months before we get to see that, I don't know, but I think for the future, this is a team, this is a player that we need to look out for.
We're going to have to wait for Katowice to see the full lineup and extend. We haven't even mentioned Zontix, but there is limited time for all of that now. Let's have a look at their opposition. I talked about FaZe, and I talk about the negative, the bad, the unfortunate surprise of the loss versus GamerLegion. I'm expecting a reaction, personally. We have our eyes set on Frozen, and I think that's rightful. Of course, he's the latest recruit, and we know he's got big boots to fill with Twist now moving on to the Liquid side. But everyone agrees that the quality in the player is here. Everyone agrees that this is a good move for both parts. But we have to be honest, he didn't exactly deliver on day one. This wasn't the start we were hoping for.
No one from FaZe Clan really delivered on day one. I'd argue Frozen was not playing well, neither was FaZe. And we had the conversation, I think I brought up the argument as well, that it feels like every time FaZe is coming into a new season, they're a little bit rusty. Looking through some of the results, they are winning their games, they are qualifying through the blast groups, but they always have one upset loss throughout the tournaments whenever they come into the beginning of the seasons. I think that was yesterday. I agree with you, FaZe were not looking great whatsoever, but I would expect a complete different FaZe turning up today.
Okay, fair enough. And one of the themes that we've been keeping an eye on is obviously the adjustments, the adaptations that they have to go through with now Frozen coming in. And that's a topic that Rain answered to James Banks.
And in terms of things that are changing for you guys, right, we've seen the roles and positions change a bit for yourself and for Karrigan. How is that affecting you guys personally?
I think it's fun. It's always fun with a little bit of a change, bring some fresh perspective and new ideas you can come with. So for me, it's just fun.
So new stuff to learn, new stuff to go through. But is this a bit of like a learning curve for some of the guys? Is it a bit of differences that you're going to have to kind of go through, like growing pains?
I don't think it's going to take that much of growing pains. There's going to be a little bit of a down period, I think, before we get to our full potential. But at the same time, it's not that big of a change. And I think he fits pretty one-to-one into Twist role. So it's just about getting to know each other and figure out how we should play as a team.
I'm glad we got to hear a little bit from Rain about these adjustments and these
Sure.
changes. I'll just put a number out there for people who might be a little new to Counter-Strike. Rain is getting close to 8 years in the FaZe jersey. In terms of Counter-Strike and esports time, that's basically a whole lifetime. It's 50 years of your life at a company.
Sure.
That's what it is. And I think some of that versatility is something that we might have lost sight of. But Rain is one of these players that you wish to have in your team because he's not going to be making trouble. He's not going to be saying, listen, this is the position I want. Get the fuck on my own. No, that's not what's happening. He will do what's needed, and we see examples already with this FaZe clan.
To some degree, he's the European Neff in that regard. They remind me of each other in the field. They'll always do the right thing for the team, and they'll be rock solid doing so. I think it also plays into what we spoke about Frozen, the fact that Rain is open and available to move around the map on certain positions. And that's an excuse that is kind of being removed and being applied on towards Frozen's shoulders. The fact that he's getting the positions that he would like to. Overpass is a great example on the CT side. Frozen is playing the A-bomb side. Rain is now over being the static B anchor.
That's sick.
That's sick, you know, but it's sick for Frozen as well, because that means that they believe in his abilities, they believe in him coming into the team and giving him that responsibility from the get-go. However, it also applies pressure, because now we can't use the excuse that, yeah, Frozen, you were a star player in Mouse, then you came into FaZe, you had to take a step back, you weren't necessarily being put up into being the star player anymore. That's not the case anymore. Frozen is still a player they believe in, which means that the pressure is on him to deliver from the get-go.
I'm glad you mentioned pressure, because that's the angle that I want to look at in this situation. Sure, on one side it's great. It means people believe in you and they give you all these positions that you have. But there must be a payback. You know, something's got to give. And of course, we have to be a little patient. I'm not going to stand here saying, this was a mistake, he's not able to do this. Of course not, that would be idiotic. It's the brand new start of his position in here. But I don't think you can underperform for too long. Just in terms of the balance in Counter-Strike and what role is supposed to have that output, you need to have these skills if you're going to be put in this position. So we'll keep a close eyes on Frozen. Do you have doubts, or do you think he's going to be fine in there? He's got the shoulders for these roles?
I'm going to be straight honest with you. I have no doubts at all. I think Frozen will function just fine within FaZe clan. I think FaZe is also one of those teams that pick their tournaments. They don't want to be in their best shape right now. FaZe is good enough to qualify for the next stage at Blast without playing at 100%. They're looking at Katowice and they're looking at the Danish major. Kerrigan playing potentially a Danish major at home soil. That's where you want to peak, and that's where we get to see the best of FaZe and Frozen.
Wouldn't it be great, of course, Kerrigan to walk up into the Danish major in Copenhagen? That would be absolutely amazing. But for now, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We are still very much at the Blast Premier Spring groups. And whether we like it or not, FaZe is fighting for survival. Anders, Henry, should we have any doubt, or was the first day just a bad day in the office?
I don't know. I mean, Matthew, I'll be honest with you. FaZe didn't look their best. Against GamerLegion, they got 2-0'd. Spirit, all things considered, given the context of this tournament, they actually look pretty good. And we're kicking things off on Anubis. That's where they beat Team Liquid 13-10 as well. There may be a real conversation. This could go 3 maps again. I think FaZe win it, but if Shiro turns up like he did yesterday in that godlike form, who's to say they can't cause some damage here?
Yeah, and they're playing stress-free, and you know, there's hard to do any kind of research on. The odds are going to be favoring FaZe. It makes sense. You can see your GG bet. It's not too surprising, but again, this could be a very tricky match for FaZe just because they don't have any way to research them. They're going to be playing against opponents who are going to be laughing their way through, like we saw yesterday. They're in high spirits. They know that, yeah, it's a bit of a scuffed position for them. So I think the pressure is on FaZe to make this look really convincing.
Well, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited for this one. It is an elimination game. One of these teams has to go home. It's likely to be Team Spirit, but we hope they go down swinging here. It's Anubis. The map pick of Team Spirit. New connects and Ancient if required. Let's get things kicked off here. A T-side start for FaZe. As you might expect, it's one of those T-sided maps we have in the pool. One of the few maps you would choose the T-side to start on. But one smoke, a couple of flashes. I assume a P250 is in the mix somewhere. It's actually not. We've gone for Kevlar and Utility as Kerrigan holds towards middle. It's a flat default, waiting for CT aggression. There might be some coming as well. We see a lot of teams explore top or middle and these sort of scenarios. And Zontix, he's been playing pretty fantastically. He'll be the one challenging Kerrigan, who's got a bit of an off angle here, just watching towards the window, making sure no one can drop down easily. And Baz, what's he got in hand? He's got that smoke. He'll be dropping that. We saw this yesterday. Now, you don't want to run through that smoke. It's deployed nicely, but essentially FaZe have just baited that out. It's not a huge deal. They've taken no casualties, no damage, and they've got rid of the one piece of utility that Spirit had. There's no kit as well, just to note that.
Yeah, especially so early on as a timer. If there's 30 seconds left, maybe they feel differently, but at a minute, they're like, right, it's cool. Looks like they're going to head back towards, I think, what Hallie's been holding over at the B bomb site. Very overworked in this one. Trying to sort of cover multiple positions towards dark, towards main. This is rough.
It's Hallie, though.
It's Hallie.
This guy doesn't mess around. That's unlucky. He's the coach of Team Spirit. It's an unfortunate visa situation, if you're not aware. Instead of Magix and Donk, we've got Baz and Hallie. Shiro, though, a force to be reckoned with. He will find a frag in response with the bombs ticking at some pace. As mentioned, there is absolutely no kit available. Strong smoke down towards Temple will begin to dissipate here. No more utility. It comes down to raw fragging ability now.
Yeah, it's going to have to be lightning fast. They can't waste any seconds. Need to get on that defuse right away if they even want a chance at it. 2 versus 2. But I think already now it's so far ticked that it's not going to be possible any longer here. Frozen, just try and get the exits if you can. The bomb is going to go up right behind them. They come running in, and they would actually get the kill. So it's a decent amount of kills on Spirit, I suppose. If they wanted to force it up, they've got a little bit more to work with, but it will be FaZe to win the round.
Yeah, they get all the kills, but unfortunately, Zontix doesn't outlive the round. He gets taken down by the C4, so can't say there's Julies and Kevlar into round number 2 here. But you're right, it seems to be trending. At least at this tournament, most teams will be first spotting in the second round. We'll see if that continues here. Obviously, the standard is to full eco and buy in the third, but we're seeing a lot of teams do just this. 5-7s, Deagles, MP9. It's an audacious maneuver against the hard-hitting players of FaZe. He would do very well to win this round, but if they can do it, they will pit FaZe into a very uncomfortable position. Now, bear in mind, we always say, Anders, that FaZe have terrible starts. They always seem to be down 5-1 before they can get going. So I don't think they're out of the woods just yet. There's still a chance they lose this round, their money gets reset, and they start to spiral into the doldrums. And so far, so good. Aiming for some mid-control here. Molly down towards double doors. HE to follow things up. They've got mid-control. CTs, however, setting themselves up for a swing, potentially outside B. Grouped up in camera as well. The MP9 and the Deagles. Carrigan waits patiently behind those double doors. Frozen will join him. Is there a flash available? CT side for them to swing out. Doesn't matter. Carrigan having a field day. Gets himself $1,200 for his troubles. A double kill found. That's going to be the A bomb site wide open here. You might want to be saving these pistols now.
Yeah, there's not much left to fight for, unfortunately. Like you said, just jumped on by Kerrigan in the middle. Whether they had a flash or not, it was never going to be put into play at that point in time. So they are across the map, trying to see if they can hold on to whatever they got. If FaZe pick up the second round. I think, just like with Liquid, I think it's a very similar position, right? Everyone's kind of hoping that FaZe will come into the second day here and show that, you know, they can recover a lot of their pride and just look like a bit of a different team. Liquid certainly did it. What a shocking event that was.
So, just for the context of the group as well, if FaZe are able to win this one, they go forward to the consolidation final against GamerLegion. So that'll be a rematch, a chance to prove themselves.
That'd be sick.
That'd be going down tomorrow. That's if they can pull this one off, which is likely, honestly. But we'll see how they get on. 2-0. They managed to negate the force buy here of Spirits, but they did save 3 upgraded pistols and Kevlar, so still a few more complications going forward. But still heavily favored. Here's Carrigan. The bird's eye view of his double kill, farming that money. Upgrades to the MP9. And they should be absolutely fine going forward as well. Looking for the 3-0 here on the T side. Chop up, can't really invest much. Shiro, same story. PD50, no Kevlar. And fast pacing here as Carrigan once again wants to get stuck in.
Yeah, he's putting on pressure. I think this is my favorite version of Carrigan when he has the space to play like this. Oh, hold on. Zontix wants to swing back in. He actually maybe could have almost landed a 2-for-1 there. Carrigan getting surprised in the middle. Shiro allowed to sneak right at the edge of the smoke to bring him down. 3 versus 4. And a man lead here for Spirit. Still, it should be FaZe winning this round, but this is more damage than I was expecting.
A bit of an ugly round here from FaZe. Players found alone. No trade potential. Flashed out of position. No protocols in place to survive said flashes. And that's a trade, I reckon, but no, Frozen. He needed a double kill there. Delivers. And they've got the information as to where Chopper is, but still, they continue to struggle here. They can still lose this round. Low HP for Frozen.
I think there is a kid on the ground somewhere. I think they have one of the previous round that they brought into this one. They might not be able to find it, but I'm pretty sure Sontix had one. Either way, it's a 2-on-2. And I don't think they're anywhere near the kit, so might not be a factor at all. Frozen very low on health, but he does do a lot of damage, leaving Rain alone. The bomb has been tapped. It's a 10-second defuse. Doesn't quite get a shot this time, but he surely will. 3 seconds left. What?
Oh, God, Rain.
There we go.
Oh.
So sketchy. I can't believe it.
A sigh of relief there. That got way too close for comfort. It doesn't matter, though. They get the win. That's all that really matters in the end of the day. But 3-0, Rain almost gives it up. They couldn't quite find the defusing player, but he stayed calm. Gets the Glock out, finds that final shot. Wasn't clean, wasn't pretty, but we'll take it. You can see there was 1 second left.
You can actually see his shins in there on the smoke. I wonder otherwise if we're in the middle of the fight, maybe he just thinks, all right, he might not even be there.
Well, they're kept modest at least. You can see there's not a ton of money within the FaZe machine right now. AKs across the board, no Brokey AWP, not really required necessarily on Anubis. Waiting for any CT aggression here. Shiro's got his sniper though. Rain challenging Hallie. Could be problematic for the coach. Up against one of the world's best riflers. Spotted towards the pillar as well. Zontix, I don't know how he gets away with that one. Still fighting for his life here. Good for one. Pulling out the utility. It's going to be bad getting eviscerated by Frozen. Puts them on ice.
What a read. Like the Frozen, the first kill he gets is shooting a player in the back, but he immediately adjusts. His crosshair is right away on the entrance into B, and it just absolutely blows up that rotation. Shiro left with the AWP.
Yeah, Hallie's going to have a rough time. If he's holding that dark room, like, he's going to be targeted. We saw it against Team Liquid as well. He had to like rely on Shiro being there with him pretty much every single round to dissuade them with the AWP at the start, and then he could go rotate. It worked out for them, but now that information is available, like you'd have watched that demo, and you'd be like, that's the place to punish. Like, that's the place we need to target. Hallie won't be playing with the same sort of internal clock a pro would be and understand when to deploy the utility. You could see he was caught with the smoke being deployed. No vision taken away from Rain. He was able to get an easy kill. And then the B bomb side just collapses. Frozen had a pretty terrible showing against GamerLegion by his standards, and so far so good. He's turned up today, had some very interesting contributions. Another great sequence there in the B bomb side. Nice double kill as he takes his total to 6-2. FaZe, the streak continues here. And that's going to pip Spirit into quite a compromised spot. That's what I mean. You can see call the grenade out. Suggests he just hasn't got a good read on what he's up against there. Frozen, timing it to perfection. Oh, that second shot is brutal. So it might be a tactical timeout here, considering this is starting to spiral somewhat on their own map pick. Everyone considers this game to be a locked-in 2-0. Shiro has the AWP, the one man that can turn this game around.
Yeah. I was going to say, typically not the kind of AWP that will be very aggressive in this kind of a round. I feel like he just is a bit more passive in that sense, so not expecting him to run forward. But maybe a Cadian or a Brokey or somebody would. And I mean, you could also defend just trying to save the AWP until the rest of them have rifles, right? Unless you get like a really good setup for it. He is in the middle, so trying to get teamed up here and see if they can push a bit forward. Oh, there we go. Rain out-dueled in that instance.
You see what I mean? This bit of Hallie on the end of the fishing rod.
Yeah, that's good. Why not?
And get yourself a kill.
Something about teaching a man to fish.
Something there.
Some wise words.
Oh, nice shot from Robs. Can he get a double? Of course he can. Rob and Cool delivering the goods. And we are going to have a plan here. Shiro and Baz. Oh, Bazza. Yeah, you're going to have to hold on to that AWP. One kill from Shiro. He needs to be careful now. That gives us position. They are going to hunt him now. Like, he should not be there. He'll get these kills, but bear in mind, there's a player towards Temple trying to lock him in. And I think he almost certainly will. Shiro would do very well to hold on to this one. But Baz, oh, well read. But he goes down as well. Yeah, Shiro, you're done for.
Yeah, he's so locked in at the moment. He kind of knows it as well. Has to be quick. He pulls out the USP, trying to fight them instead, but he's overwhelmed. That was probably always going to happen. They hunt down the AWP. It's a huge success for FaZe. So you can keep that AWP out of Shiro's hands. You're going to have a much, much easier game.
This is the moment, the only kill they got. Nice shot from Shiro, but even better from Rops. Really lovely control of that AK. Love to see that.
5-0, Henry. T side for FaZe, yeah, sure, but still, Spirit struggling at the start here, struggling with some of the kills as well. Not really managing to get them on the board. Frozen leading from the front as he's a 7-2 scoreline right now. Smoke gets blown open, but Brokey finally with the AWP, unable to find the shot. But it's a common idea now. You blow open that smoke at the B main position. You try and snipe on towards the obelisk. Nobody will find anything here, but yeah, a bit of a slowdown. Carrigan again in the middle in the forward position.
Rain has done such good work here. You can see they've got literally no idea he's in this position. That's so sick, and he's got another flash as well. Chopper finally silences the rain that was pouring down on top of them. Oh, Carrigan, not the jump.
Not the jump.
Anything but the jump. We hate to see that. That's normally Brokey's trick. Chopper, it's got the timing here. Frozen on high alert, though. Still possible to win this round. You got the Shiro AWP, but Brokey's is just as powerful. He heads in towards Dark. Oh, he misfires. And that's a double kill potential. Not going to happen this time. Rops on low HP, finds the AWP. Oh, Shiro's so far away. That's the problem. Once this bomb gets planted, he's got no kit, no utility. He'll come down to raw fragging power, which he's got in buckets and spades. He knows they're going in towards B. Here's the smoke bloom. Yeah, he had to plant, though. They're giving him time to at least be part of this. There's the plant finally. And he can actually catch them retreating potentially here.
Yeah, he could. Oh, Rops with the AW. He's so quick. That's a really nice shot coming out from him. But that round got a lot more tricky than it needed to be. From the start of it, it just like, this is Rain winning the round almost instantly, but then somehow it still gets more complicated. Obviously, the jump from Carrigan there.
Yeah, I don't think that was a mouse wheel. I think that was a straight panic, unfortunately.
Classic panic.
Bit of panic there. Caught off guard. Little jump. They still win the round, though. So no harm, no foul. Is always my catchphrase. As that's going to be 6-0 here. This game yet to get going. It's the first tactical timeout. Bear in mind, you've got the coach on the server with you. He's able to talk the entire time. This is just a moment's respite to catch your breath. Slow down the momentum. FaZe are garnering right now. Their money isn't completely out of control, but it's getting there. $8,000 on Brokey. Rob 7K. They win this round, which is looking likely up against Pistols. Spirit are in a lot of trouble. So, looking to keep that streak going. The problem is, when you get too confident, you're winning all these rounds, mistakes can start to come through. Maybe a boost behind this smoke. Gonna blow it open for now.
Yeah, they want to do it. There's a secondary smoke behind it, so it's kind of hard to blow both of them open right away. Look at Carrigan walking right through. That's pretty bold. And Brokey, did he even see anything as a blind shot? Come on, man.
I think that's round.
Yeah, it is. Robs, I think he spotted.
I'm not sure.
Looked like he spotted little booties. Someone walking past.
They've left the bomb in a precarious spot.
That's awkward.
And they seem to be willing to check Robs' position. He's in trouble now. They probably get him. He maybe gets one kill. Yeah, he gets the one, but he will be traded out.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, Carrigan, keeps getting caught with his pants down, his ankles. Start looking at that camera position.
It's going to be a confusing round for Spirit, right? They lost the bomb site instantly, and they're like, where's the bomb plant? Like, what are they doing? Why are they wasting time?
Well, they've got AKs in hand here. I would say save them, but Halley, he reckons they can maybe win this round. He's going to be jumped on. Brokey will beat Rain to the punch. Shiro, nothing to do now. 7-0 is confirmed. Holding onto the rifle is about as good as it's going to get. Best scoreline they can hope for now is 7-5 against them.
This is, I think, what most people were expecting was going to happen between Liquid and Spirit yesterday, right? This is kind of the scenario we're all imagining. And rightfully so. It's not to criticize Spirit. It's just to say it's obviously a very unfortunate set of circumstances that's brought them here. I'm glad to see FaZe kind of stepping up here. Yeah, it's just a completely random shot.
It was Spirit that had that fantastic T side of Anubis.
Yeah.
They got 9 rounds. It was a 9-3 score to kick things off, and they got the 4 easily after winning the pistol in the second. Got a 13-10 win on this very map. Doesn't seem to be trending in that direction right now. As we get into it, round number 8, all for Shiro. Hasn't had massive amount of impact yet. He's the only player finding influential picks, but nowhere near enough to consider it a round victory. Rob's waits for the aggression at A main.
Yeah, they're stretched out. They got the bomb leaning towards the B side of the map, so we'll see if they end up there. And like you said, right at the start, you know, maybe just putting some pressure on Hallie, make him feel uncomfortable. Rain happy to fight probably all day towards that dark position if he's allowed to. Brokey will take down Chopper.
Yeah, that's the problem with the M4A4. Only really want to spam with the silenced M4A1S, to be honest with you, because that's exactly what will happen. Hallie comes out on top in the duel this time. Rain. That's Carrigan is like really not having fun in this camera position now. Like, let's start using the utility, shall we?
Yeah, it can be smoked off. Like, you can do a lot of stuff to get rid of that one. Could even be Molotov from the other position if you got a teammate out there. Oh, and speaking of that position, Sontix is pushed out. I like this proactive move. Look at the timing and the clean headshot. Cuts down Rops. Gotta be careful, but oh my god.
Nice.
A laser on that AK-47 of his. Frozen, 25 seconds. He's in the 1 versus 4, but now 1 versus 3. He get the first kill, but they're all around him. And even Frozen can't fight his way out. Sontix with one hell of a round.
Yeah, fantastic work. A common protocol for the A bomb site anchor. When you feel that commitment towards the B side, go for the backstab down the canals. He times it to perfection. Gets himself a really nice couple of frags, but bear in mind, this is the 5-on-4. FaZe gave up. Sontix can't believe his luck. 2 players facing him. The second kill towards the sniper of Brokey as well. A thing of beauty. That's more like it, though. First round found. Carrigan's having a rough ride out there. I feel like he needs to stop trying to lurk by himself. It's just not really doing anything.
Yeah, just leave it alone for a minute, you know? It's all right. You don't have to keep fighting in this fashion. Sontix, good couple of sprays. That's actually really worth it. Flash doesn't really do anything. I think it was meant to bounce off the corner there. Instead, it bounced back into their faces, and they run into Shiro. Good on the first one. Got to be careful there. Your shadow's going to be showing. Shiro have a good read on when to push, and that smoke is not covering nearly enough, but he still wins the fight. Brokey, I don't know how.
He can't believe his luck. He misfroze the smoke, essentially.
Yeah.
And he does so once again. I don't think that's landed in heaven.
No, it hasn't.
All right, so maybe it will lead to another kill once again. Who knows? Still possible they can win this. One of the best clutch, or the best clutcher in all of Counter-Strike, Rops.
Yeah.
Like, he actually is categorically the best clutcher, I think, statistically.
Has an insane level of focus for the game. Does take a lot of damage in that first little battle. Brokey swings out, instant headshot. Chopper is gone. And now it's up to the Academy player in Baz. A little bit of a grenade. If it would have been Rops behind it, that would have been an instant kill. But it's Brokey, and he lives on 4 health at the end. That got close, but that's a 2 versus 3 conversion in favor of FaZe. That's a pretty big round.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Considering they gave up a 5-on-4 advantage at the previous round to bounce back in this fashion. A really difficult, tricky clutch there towards the end. Rops and Brokey working perfectly in tandem. Shiro, he knows he probably should have hit that shot. He had actually just given the advantage. Brokey assumed that corner was smoked off. There was that massive gap. Shiro misses the shot, and Brokey goes on to win the round. Yeah, very sick indeed. That's going to throw a spanner in the works financially. There's still the AWP, but Hallie on the MP9. Currently 2-7. Baz as well, the Academy player, same scoreline. 8-1 overall, running out of time and indeed space on Anubis, their pick. But still, when the Shiro AWP's up, anything can and will happen. Boosting, well, it's actually quite a cool idea. They're going to kill out of this all day long.
And on Carrigan.
Yeah, on Carrigan.
He doesn't even get to the camera position. Well, it doesn't matter if they're winning, right? But still, individually, Payment's probably a little bit frustrating. Oh, Frozen coming back into it. He's going to find Shiro. That's a huge kill. And that puts pressure on the A defense. Could see Chopper is having to turn around to look for the middle. I think Sontic's the one holding, yeah, towards the main of that A entrance. And Rops goes down. Missed shot from Brokey. Allows Sontic to live, but only for a second. He'll take it back instantly. 3 versus 3 now. 45 seconds is Chopper. Good headshot, but he might need to do a bit more here. Backup is being called for, and we'll see. Smokes up, and he's standing right inside as the bomb is being planted. He doesn't want to try and go for it. I can't really blame him. Wait for the teammates to start to show up. Chopper's almost got the kill. There's one, and Baz will take the other one. Huge round out of Chopper there. Double kill, and Spirit going to be able to pick up their second round finally. And it's very, very late, but at least they're getting something on the board here.
They really are. That's a more convincing round there. Starting to make this one slightly more competitive. Second on the board. Even after Brokey's contributions, this is a nice boost. Yeah, Carrigan really is having the roughest of rides out there. You can see the frustration. Oh, that sucks for him.
It's not fun, is it, when you like, even if you're winning, just individually feeling like, come on.
The last like 4 deaths we've watched for him is like he's either been shot in the back, shot mid-air because he jumped, or now shot behind a boosted smoke. So, yeah, hasn't been a walk in the park for him. Shiro, though, started to look more and more impressive. Oh, good flash. Sends him packing. Allows Brokey to post up. Going to be flashing in towards A main here. Setting up, you'd imagine, Rops, indeed. Shiro goes back towards B main. Trying to play a little bit more active now. To their demise, it seems. Carrigan, there we go. Finds old Baz up.
And confirms the fact that Shiro was there, right? They know that as well. So might make it a little bit easier for Rops to try and take some of these fights. He knows he's not going to be peeking into an AWP, so you can see he's taking a lot more of a liberal swing here than maybe he would have done otherwise. Molotov down on the one side, going to be grenades landing up there. Another Molotov right on top of Sontix. He is burning all the way down to 16. Rops actually does get dispatched off there. It's Chopper to show off. That's pretty good. A one-man lead, even if 2 of them are kind of low on health on that CT side. This could still be a winnable round.
Oh,
Shiro.
Very uncomfortable smokes. Takes away a lot of vision and space on the bomb side with the Molotovs behind them, but Carrigan, he'll be dropped. Bomb to be planted here. Go for the wall bang. Hits it, and that should be the round. Frozen. Oh, here's a reload! A chance there, but they've got 3 players alive. FaZe Clan starting to give up a couple of rounds in a row here. That's going to be 8-3. 1 more round to go. 8-4 on the CT side of Anubis isn't too bad. Like, it's a very T-sided map, and given the context of this particular matchup and this team spirit, missing their absolute star player in the form of Donk and their backbone, Mr. Magix. Yeah, you can see this hasn't been like a perfect game from FaZe. So they're definitely outgunning them in pretty much every facet, but tactically, like, a little bit all over the place. Like, a few mistakes being made, not considering certain angles, and Spirit more than happy to oblige. You got AKs here on the CT side. Final round of this first half. FaZe will be happy with this, even if they don't get 9. Like, 8's a solid number.
It is, but like you said, I mean, Spirit were pretty good on the T side of this map, so that's probably what they're going to be thinking about. Let's just try and win the pistol in the second half and see if we can do some real damage here. And speaking of damage, the Molotov absolutely burns Carrigan to a crisp. What a first half he's had. 4 kills for him at the end of it. 4 versus 4 on this one, though. And Sontix in the middle, ready and waiting. Rops not even checking the corner. Sure that no one was going to be there, especially not Sontix. He's been playing A main for a long time. Dink on to Frozen, but he gets to live. And so does Brokey somehow.
There's so much damage being done there. FaZe are the walking wounded, but Frozen continues to deliver headshots. Oh, the spam. Oh, I thought he was going to use the 5-7. There was a moment. I still think Spirit win this round. Even with the disadvantage, that might do it, though. Frozen will find his 3rd, the hat-trick into the round. Shiro would have to do something ungodly at this stage. 3 versus 1, looking to save the day with his signature clutch, but it's not going to be enough here. It's FaZe, the absolute favorites, posting a 9-3 scoreline on their opponent's pick.
start the day. Point is just take the bomb plant. Damn, get what you can. And maybe somebody like Honda can pick up a couple kills. I mean, he's got that first one, second, and third. Honda looking for a potential third ace. It has to be Honda. It has to be the third ace, and he rounds the corner. He takes it again and again and again.
He does have a smoke to put it out, so if it spreads, he's in trouble, and he peeks into it. Does get the kill on Perfecto. A lot of damage. JKS with a big double. That is huge. And they're going to go pick up the bomb, but still, he did everything and then some.
Yeah, that's everything he needed to do right there. And, you know, talk about coming alive.
Most electronic. No, there it is. Double headshot. And it's the clutch.
1 versus 4, and he's going to get a headshot. Follow.
What?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Spring Groups 2024. It is fantastic to have LAN Counter-Strike back on the menu, Anders, and we've been given a bit of a treat here as well. A world-class performance from FaZe, posting a 9-3 scoreline on their T-side campaign on Anubis. They switch over to the CT Forces, the closest one out, which I think they might do.
They're looking pretty good right now. I mean, there's not been much to really criticize. Spirit, they've really tried. Shiro's been landing some shots. Chopper's been there. Sontic's actually been playing surprisingly well. He's got 14 kills in the first half, but it has not been enough. It's landed in 3 rounds. They absolutely must win this pistol, and even then, it'll be an uphill battle. Defending the beans are Rops. In front with a USP, and right behind him, Frozen for a couple of great headshots. More are coming, though, and he's trying to retreat while landing headshots. He's getting the reload in, at the very least. There's a quick flank coming as well, but Frozen yet to find some safety. Finally, he's back in a position where he can stay alive for a little bit. Karrigan getting some revenge from the first half, and Shiro can't even plant the bomb. It's not even in his hands any longer. They're running him down. Knives out, Henry. It is a pistol round for FaZe.
Well read from FaZe. Double bean stack. It was Spirit to get the opening frag, but Mighty David manages to get 3 huge frags in total. Like you said, retreating to the safety of the bomb site after getting a double kill. He wanted the third initially, but he got flashed off. Scrambles back to the bomb site, denies the plant. Really excellent work there. Frozen turning his tournament around, had a very quiet performance against GamerLegion when they went down 0-2, finding themselves in this elimination game here against a weakened Team Spirit. Full eco with no bomb plant. It's going to be 11-3, certainly. There's the P90, Anders. You wanted to see it.
Hell yes. Rain. Happy that he's ran it out. More people need to recognize. It's been a bit of a mean weapon for a long time, but, you know, now, I don't know, it could do some damage. Especially in a round like this, when they don't have any armor. The running gun, Chomper, don't take it out of commission already. At least let him have a little bit of fun with it. There we go. You can keep shooting for such a long time before you have to reload. You can be really mobile with it. It's just fun.
Oh, this might not be fun, though. A chance the Robs goes down. Baz will eventually best him, but only 1 single frag found on their full eco. That's going to be 11. Now for FaZe, 1 more for map point. Looking much better. Not a perfect game. Had to rely on some heroics from some of the star players, but that's the FaZe way. You know, they don't play perfect meta CS. They're quite a chaotic, aggressive team. That's what they're known for.
Oh, definitely.
They're not as like...
They get in trouble sometimes for that reason.
Oh, absolutely. They're not like meticulous like VP. You know, nothing like that. They're known to be unpredictable and lots of mid-round adjustments. Here come the AK-47s. You can see, though, even after the first 10 seconds of the round, Anders, we've only got a couple of smokes left on the T side. They blow open a smoke. Doesn't really do much for them, though. Desperately trying to hold on to Anubis if possible, but Nuke up next. It's going to be a real rough one for them. 2-0 looking incredibly likely. But here we go. Maybe there's a way. 2 smokes still remain, a single flashbang. The Molotov, the more important issue, you can't flush out key positions like A main or dark. For example, you're just going to have to take a deep breath like Zontic is right now and just face check it. No resources. And go for that mid control.
Oh, this is so tricky. Rob's playing in the corner again. He can't really get Molotov'd out, but the peak, actually, the timing is really sick against him. They lose Frozen as well. But a couple of kills to find. That's a clear A bomb site. They didn't even need the grenades after all. Just the timing on those 2 peaks was so good.
Couldn't be better. There's actually a 2-man setup there as well for FaZe towards middle. They had Rops behind the double doors, Frozen at that back wall there. He was watching towards the hut, allowing Rops to focus on the double doors, but as you mentioned, the timing could have been better. Like, ideally, that position Frozen in, you actually want an AUG for that, because it's such a tight angle, quite long range. If you have the AUG, it makes things a lot easier for you. You'll see that weapon used quite a lot in Anubis. Anchoring A side, playing middle. It's got a very viable use case here out on Anubis, but for now, gonna have to save the P90. And, well, it's done pretty good work there. Can maybe upgrade it to an AK-47. We'll take that. Bear in mind, you don't get the same kill reward as other SMGs with the P90. You only get the $300.
Yeah.
It costs $23.50 to purchase as well. That's why it's not really used, although it is a very good gun objectively. Just the extra cost and the lack of kill reward.
Yeah.
That's why you don't see it as fashionable as, let's say, the Mac 10, which is $1,050 and gets you that kill reward. And it's super viable.
Yeah. Or even the MP9, right? Like the range, like people have got so good at using it. So it is understandable.
There's the AUG for Rob. So that makes more sense. Like, if he is going to be anchoring positions like the A-bomb side, that's the weapon you want. Like, you want to be able to have tighter angles, go toe-to-toe with the AK, where you're incredibly difficult to see, and keep a nice long-range duels.
Chopper just in the middle, inside of the smoke, waiting for the fade. It's got Shiro there with him, so they're trying to, again, open up the middle of the map. There's really nobody defending it at the moment for FaZe. They are inside of the A-bomb site. They're inside of B. They've actually left all of mid open. You can see Frozen is just jiggling this, but it could be a way to get into the round here for Spirit. Chopper's thinking about it. Crosses.
I didn't see him.
Frozen there, we didn't. There we go, but the AUG in the back line. You called it Henry, they pick it up and it works great. Couple of kills for him, a dink onto Hallie. And a very, very hard round now for Spirit to try and win here. Baz has to stay alive. He's the only one any real help, and he gets instantly down.
Come on, Hallie.
Yes, 1 versus 3. He actually does some damage to Brokey. It is not enough. It'll be FaZe on 12.
Yeah, there is the power of the AUG. Lovely crossfire. That's a really cool setup. Frozen just watching for anyone crossing towards the temple side and just getting mid-control. He didn't actually spot Chopper crossover, I don't think. That's why he looked like he was a little bit flustered. Had to switch out the incendiary and try and lock them off. It still worked to great effect. They were being pincered, but they handled it admirably. As we now have map point for FaZe. This was the AUG. You can see him scoped up. Double kill found. Brokey, that was the kill that secured the round. I think Hallie had like 8 points of health at this stage, so yeah, nothing he could really do. Not as many smiles today. This is a rude awakening for Team Spirit. This is what we expected yesterday.
Yes, it is.
So, no choice but to buy, of course. Shiro up against Brokey. Good flash. And a missed shot.
Bit awkward. But, yeah, I think if we had to draw out a positive right now, I mean, watching Sontix with this many kills is pretty encouraging, right? Pretty hard for him to play up against FaZe, still getting 16 kills. Frozen at 20, but otherwise, you know, Sontix second on the board for the server. Carrigan with a headshot. They're running for the flames here to try and get onto the site and do anything they can. Shiro, 1 with the orb and 1 with that Molotov in front. It's Frozen to take down a kill, but not done yet. Shiro on his own. He gets a quick scope onto Rain, takes him down, and now it's 1 versus 1. Brokey versus Shiro, and 50 seconds. They're not going to wait any longer. Brokey will take him down, and FaZe victorious on the opening map.
Oh, that's a much better performance here from FaZe. We didn't get quite the same magic from Team Spirit as well. Unable to really get going here whatsoever on Anubis. The fairy tale might be coming to an end. They put on an absolute electrifying performance against Team Liquid, but today they fall flat.
A harsh reality like this one is the reason why we got so excited about Spirit yesterday, Jacob. This is how poor and complicated it can be when you have to face an opponent like FaZe with an academy player, with your coach. For Christ's sake, this was not supposed to be competitive, and FaZe reminded us of the differential between the two rosters.
Especially on a map like Anubis. I said it yesterday before they went into that game against Team Liquid. I was thinking to myself, with a stand-in, with a coach that doesn't play a lot of Counter-Strike, Anubis is arguably the hardest map in order to get anything going. And I think we saw that in the first 9 rounds. That beginning of the game for FaZe Clan, it already solidified the game. Of course, Spirit fought back a little bit, a couple of rounds on the leaderboard here at the very end of the first half, but I never thought that was going to be competitive. As you said, unfortunately, they weren't able to replicate that, I guess, performance from yesterday, but they also faced a much better opponent in FaZe 2.
No, and we're not going to fault them for that. I mean, there are some reality, some circumstances for Spirit, of course. You talk about these first 9 rounds, a very clear focus from FaZe Clan on the B side, and they pretty much did them whatever way they wanted. So it's through Cave, through B. We have to praise Frozen for his lurks. I think he knew exactly when to be activated from that B main position. He was looking for duels. He was given duels. Poor Halley was just trying to find his way and stay alive in here, getting poked from left, from right, from center. It's too complicated for him to survive in that position.
It is, and we had the same conversation yesterday. I said the game plan for Team Liquid should be to try to bully the B-bomb side, because it is such a hard side to play, especially if you're a coach and you don't play Counter-Strike. Yesterday, what happened was that Shiro had a fantastic showing on the CT side with the AWP. He was able to shut down, he was able to help Holly on the B-bomb side. Today, Shiro was nowhere to be found, and that made the work conditions for Frozen, work conditions for FaZe much easier. He had a rough showing yesterday, Frozen, but on map 1 right here, he was all over the place.
Great sign from Frozen, of course, taking charge in this first map. And you mentioned Zontix as being the only one really putting up a fight against the likes of FaZe, and we can maybe have a look at round 9. It tells a story that is both sad and dramatic and also funny at the same time. I'll walk you through this one. It starts with Zontix doing an incredible job as a first line of defense. Shiro finds a kill. It's a 4 versus 2 in terms of virtual, and then there's going to be a miss here through the edge of the smoke, which is supposed to be a sitter. It's supposed to be a guaranteed kill for the likes of Shiro. He gets poked out by Brokey, and this just tells me FaZe can do no wrong. Even in a situation where Zontix finds the double kill, when Shiro is here to put them into a 4 versus 2, it still is FaZe's round as a reset right there. Once you win this, I as a humble expert of Counter-Strike, I know I don't have to look at the game anymore. It's basically it's basically over. You're not coming back from this.
No, that's what it felt like. You know, round 9 is a great example of everything that went wrong for Spirit, went wrong from the point of the 4v2 and up. I think, again, it's what we expected. It's kind of what we came to expect from yesterday's game as well, which is why it left us such a puzzle that we couldn't understand why Liquid weren't able to do more and do better against Team Spirit. Today, I feel like it's not even Spirit playing poor Counter-Strike. It's not even them playing bad. I don't have a single negative phrase to put on Team Spirit. This is exactly what we expected, and sometimes it's reassuring in life that once you have certain expectations, you're going into a game and you actually get those expectations met. It makes me happy as a humble expert of Counter-Strike.
Honestly, I mean, I wouldn't call yourself an expert, but anyway, that just makes me impatient for the real roster to show up. That's what I'm really impatient about. If you think of Shiro, and again, we're getting glimpses here and there, but I feel like there is definitely more to it, more to Shiro than what we're seeing in that jersey right there. But if you think about Zontix as well, what Chopper was able to do on day 1, and then you bring Donk, of course, in the conversation, Magix has a glue behind it. There are many reasons to be excited for Spirit, and we obviously saw that in Dubai at the end of 2023. They are going to be candidates, but for now, we have to wait and bide our time just a little bit. Now, if we flip the conversation to FaZe, this series is not about establishing anything. It's about reassuring themselves, get in the groove, get a couple of kills, maybe farm some individual confidence rather. And I would say job done on map 1. No further than that?
100%. You can't put a finger on what Kerrigan and the FaZe boys did here, especially for Frozen, who we spoke about had a bit of a rough showing yesterday. Great to see him show up with 138 ADR. That's pretty sick. Magnificent, yeah. Brokey had this wonderful 2v4 where he was the one turning it around together with Rups, I believe. So there was a lot of positives to drag away from this one, and I agree with you. It doesn't matter whether FaZe is winning big time or if they have a competitive map here in the second one. As long as they leave this game feeling comfortable and then heading into the GamerLegion rematch in the group later on, then it's a job done for FaZe Clan. So for now, the expectations are that if we get a competitive map too, that would be nice, but I don't really see it coming.
I know where your heart is on that one, and I think for FaZe it's about getting a couple of reps in officials. We always talk about the difference between practice, officials, what it means when the odds and the consequences are not the same. Well, it's brand new roster of FaZe. We've barely seen 9 maps with them, with Frozen and Abu Dhabi, so it's time for them to farm some of these maps, and they've done the job here. We're gonna be very quiet about the words we use. There's no reason to celebrate, bring out the fireworks. They outclass Spirit on map 1. We're gonna take a 3-minute break, and then we talk about map 2.
To the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it. Oh my god.
The Blast Spring Final in London, baby. And we might have 16 teams here, but we are only going to send 6. That is the format that we are working with, then 2 slots through the showdown. Remember, you can grab your tickets if you haven't quite yet, if you're around, or even if you aren't. There's some great transportation mode. Come by and have a good time with us. Have a good time in the arena. These are the days where my heart beats the hardest in these LAN moments. I just have to deal with this guy over there, but I guess that's a problem that I have everywhere. Arena or studio, Jacob.
I guess everyone have that problem whenever I'm turning up to a tournament, so you're all in the same boat, right?
I am on the same boat. Yeah, I'm trying to imagine on what situation I would ever be on a boat with you. Maybe we can have a draft in Copenhagen. Who is not having a good time on the river is Spirit, of course. FaZe made pretty easy work of them on map 1. We're moving on to Nuke, and I wanted to steer the conversation towards this whole triangle of Carrigan, Rain, Frozen, who is moving what position where, and how are they trying to install him. We saw them in Abu Dhabi, and Frozen played inside on Nuke, inside on the CT side, and Rain stayed outside. Vitality had a really good time, an easy time handling that defense. Do you expect a difference? Do you expect adjustments to have been made? Or do you think they're going to stick with the same defense, which is Frozen inside, Rain keeping his position as well?
I think they're going to stick to the same positions for now. I would have liked to see them change it up just for the fun of it, but I also recognize that Rain is a fantastic outside player. It's one of the few maps where he's been doing so well, where he's come to known to be the secret guy. He's come to known to be aggressive in yard, so maybe it doesn't make too much sense to switch him from that position. But we said the same thing about Overpass and Rain in the toilet area, so maybe they've been into that conversation, maybe they've explored it, but I expect them to keep the same setup for now. However, you know, if you're continuing to struggle on that CT side, let's say during this tournament, let's say during Katowice, that is a potential change that we see down the line. But for now, I'd expect them to keep it. Yeah, we're going to have to see. I agree with you. Rain, very much an expert in that position, one of the most illustrative positions that we've had on with the Overpass, as you mentioned. And also, you have to think about when you integrate Frozen, one of the words that we've heard from Carrigan was that he's demanding. He's got ideas. He knows how he wants to play his game. And there's always this balance where you have to find, well, on one hand, you want to make your new player comfortable and you want to get the best out of him. And I agree. I think this should be a philosophy when you bring in a player of his quality, of his value. But on the other hand, whatever was working for you, you might want to hold on to this as well. So how complicated it can be for Carrigan to say, listen, Frozen, I will hear you out, but you got to step towards me as well. You got to take a step in my direction, and you have to let me tell you as well what was working for us. How complicated can it be? It's super complicated, and I think in most teams, especially at the higher level, it's a give and take. Frozen is also coming in well aware that a guy like Rain in that position has been a monster to be dealing with for a long time. Frozen, of course, when he was in Mouse, have played many times against Rain, so he also recognized how good he is at that exact position. So if I'm Frozen, I'm coming in a little bit humble. Of course you can make demands. Of course you can argue that I should be in X, Y, and Z position, but it's a give and take where Frozen has been gifted the A bomb side on Overpass, which I think he's ecstatic about. Playing the B anchor would not be for Frozen. Whereas for a map like Nuke, maybe Frozen can find a way to make the inside position a little bit more sexy than it normally is. Yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on this. I'm going to keep my eye on the duo with Carrigan as well, see how they can handle some of the executes. I think some of the lessons that we learned from Spirit as well against Liquid was that they had a few strategies in the pocket. They have a few executes, even if they play with a stand-in, even if they play with Academy, they have a couple of protocols that they can use to put FaZe in discomfort. And this is where I believe FaZe will come in prepared, because what we did see, for those of you who didn't watch the game between Spirit and Liquid, was Spirit had a great inner execute. That's good utility usage, good spacing, good pacing as well. But if you're FaZe, you're dissecting that, you're looking at that, you're preparing for that. And if you shut that down, as I said in the first game, Spirit does not have a plan B. They do not have a plan C. So if FaZe can shut down the fast T side from Spirit, there should be no problem at all. So we are talking about the inside as a possible point of contention. We are talking about what Spirit can put into the test and see if FaZe maybe can just break a sweat. To talk you through this once again, I send you over to the very capable hands of Anders and Henry G.
We'll do our best at the very least, Anders. That's all we ever can do. But yeah, the woes will continue here for Team Spirit. Moving on to Nuke, they had some impressive moments against Team Liquid. With the upper bomb side with Baz and Hallie, they're actually doing some work out there. Actually looked like it was quite competent. But this could be a different kettle of fish, though. FaZe Clan very well versed on this map, and surely the favorites to go 2-0 and knock Team Spirit out of the tournament.
Certainly the Spirits, the favorites according to the odds. Wow, I've got a lot of different directions with that one. But yeah, almost 11-1 over at GG Bet. That's crazy. Yeah. I mean, it's understandable. FaZe look really good. They've rebounded from yesterday. And Spirit, yeah, they were in the same position they were in all along. It's just that for whatever reason, Liquid weren't really waking up against them, but FaZe most certainly are.
Oh, absolutely true. Ladies and gentlemen, elimination on the line here, Team Spirit. An admirable effort here at Spring Groups 2024, but it feels like their fate is sealed. I would love to be proven wrong and be taken to the third map of Ancient, but for now, they must bout it out here on Nuke, as we'll kick things off a T-side start for FaZe Clan. And they've already deployed a smoke at the start of the round. Flashbang available. Smoke goes down towards main entrance, I believe. So it's going to allow a bit of control here for Frozen. Let's see what they can make of it. Drops Makes his way towards Ram. Nasty headshot at the start of the round, and Halley's to be baited into the back boxes. Oh, he's got to take his time here.
Yeah, this is tricky. You must land the headshot. What a spin around from Karrigan, though. It keeps going. Sontix back in it again. Stunning precision from this player. Frozen and Rain, 2 versus 3. The bomb, no one's picked it up on the T side at the moment. You could see it's just lost towards the ramp. Rain, he was tagged earlier. You said a nasty headshot to bring him down to just 7 health here. So, very hard round to get back into the Rain. Oh, he found the free one. Baz goes down. Huge kill. Brings it a step closer. Still 50 seconds left. And now Frozen has started to get there. He's towards the ramp. He's not that far away. Another 10 seconds. And he'll be able to take the fight.
Shiro seems ready for it, though. All comes down to the timings of this one. What a shot. Surely Rain will go down as well. He's too low. And it will be a much-needed pistol to kick off their CT campaign here on Nuke. Team Spirits, nice work. Zontix especially delivering the goods. Crisp headshots towards that ramp room. Halley did what he had to do as well. As long as he finds that 1 kill around, Anders, that's all they're really asking of him. He took his time as well. He guaranteed that headshot was locked in.
Surprisingly, those are the kind of shots that can actually be a lot harder to hit. When
in the back of the head with the silent USP, you miss 1 shot, they start jiggling around. It can be a real problem.
And mentally too, like the pressure is on. You kind of know I should be getting this kill, like no problem. So it's, suddenly you're thinking about it a little bit more. Here we are. Spirit, keep it alive. Don't screw up around like this. They have almost nothing to work with on that T side. They didn't get the bomb down. They didn't force up into this one, obviously, so they don't have any real weapons to play around with here. Karrigan had the deagle, and it's no more. That could be a really nice change of pace here for Spirit. Even if it's early on, it's obviously too soon to call anything, but just having these early rounds where you feel okay about the whole scenario, probably quite nice.
Oh, they've given a plant away, though. That's actually kind of disastrous.
How has that happened?
Oh, that's going to be really problematic going forward. That's actually a bit of a victory for FaZe.
Sneaky Snake?
Yeah, that's an extra $800 per player, if you're not aware, meaning they were going to have AKs and compromised utility regardless in the next round. Now they're going to have a full buy. They're going to have absolutely everything they possibly need.
I wasn't expecting that. Rob's just sneaking in. Nobody watching. Nobody on the rafters on the high ground. And he's just able to, get that a little bonus for his team. Can actually be quite a huge deal for them. But yeah, still, we'll focus on the positives. Spirit able to pick up the first 2 rounds here, starting on Nuke. 3rd round, and we have got AKs all across the board. But again, you see how the $800 bonus kind of fits in here. They get a lot more grenades. They would have had to have saved at least, or not had some of these, and that would have been a bit of an issue. Got 3 MP9s and 2 M4A1s to play around with. So a bit of a bonus situation for Spirit all on their own. But again, on Nuke, the MP9s can definitely do some damage. So it's not completely crazy. Brokey, that's really close to being a connection, but not quite Rops. It's actually Brokey to open it up. Trying to return upon it, but Sontix shooting him in the back at the same time. So a bit of chaos towards the lobby, and somehow Spirit come out on top.
Oh yeah, they really do, and then some. This is a huge advantage, looking much better already. Grenade has been blown, the double door's wide open. Zontix should go down here, but he's done a lot of heavy lifting already. Bomb to be planted. Frozen to fend them off. Oh, it's Halley. He's making a lot of noise there. That's an absolute freebie. A significant frag. But there is a player behind him as well. That's going to be Chopper, who's on high alert right now, waiting for any further progression from Frozen. Bomb ticking away at some pace. They don't have a kit here, Anders.
I think Chopper was really hoping that Frozen was going to keep going, sort of move forward into that position, but he doesn't. And now they've spotted out Shiro as well. They're doubling up on him. They're both peeking out at the same time. Good closure between Karrigan and Frozen there. And like you pointed out, Halley just stomping to get there.
Yeah, he was in a rush. Yeah, and the problem is as well, not only did he make all that sound cue, that's fine if you're going to have someone right behind you to trade it, but the spacing was terrible. So there was no way his teammate could even do anything with it. Like, this is the moment. You've essentially just thrown yourself into a certain death, unfortunately for Halley. Yes, indeed. Well, they at least managed to have clean rounds beforehand. So they have got a nice buy here. Their second round eco, they had all 5 members surviving. Money's tight on the FaZe side, wasn't a clean round before. So a very, very important round number 4 is upon us. It's Rain working with Karrigan towards outside. Smokes are deployed. Try and buy a little bit of space for the Norwegian. It's Chopper running towards those secret steps, but I feel like Rain might be aware of that prospect. Frozen certainly is. Hell of a shot there. That's from the silo.
Yeah, that's deadly accurate. A couple of bullets that just cut through the entire yard. And brings down Chopper. He's 0-3 at the moment. Rob's easy enough kill taking down Baz.
Rocks him. Hallie now. He's got it all to do. Alone in the upper bomb site. Up against one of the absolute world's best Counter-Strike players. With his weapon of choice in hand. The AK-47 doesn't sound too good, does it? The coach is going to be tested here to the very limits of his ability. He's in the open right now. A compromised position. His teammates are dropping. Hallie, what have you got for us?
All on his own. It does do some significant damage to Frozen. I don't know what he could have possibly done in that position. The fact that they wait so long, it's a clean round. Frozen with a quad kill, my God.
Yeah, he had 138 ADR in the first map. So this is great to see him turn this tournament around against GamerLegion, who was pretty much non-existent. So yeah, this is very impressive. Frozen with a statement performance today.
Having those kind of ADRs across an entire map is so ridiculous. Like, it's one thing, people have it sometimes when you're like 4 rounds in and, you know, you've had a couple of good, you know, kills with the Mac 10 or something, you cleaned up a couple of good eco kills, but having it across an entire map is just outrageous.
There's David with the hot hand. Full eco here.
Yeah.
No reason to go in alone, though. It's a ramp stack. Should be fine, but this is going to get complicated. They're going to lose at least a couple of players here. At the first.
Oh, Frozen!
Okay.
Full ace spray down!
All right.
Look at a little smile on his face.
I'll take it all back. They only lose one. A full ace spray down there. 1 clip. And, yeah.
The prospect, Henry, of having Frozen and Robs on the same team, right, is sickening. Look at this. Call it David and Goliath.
Yeah. Could do. We'll see him take his total up to 12-2 right now. After 4 rounds of play. After 5 rounds of play, Henry. And we'll see whether they can continue the streak here. That was a full eco. It is 3 rounds in a row. Good ramp control from the CTs here, but it looks to be an upper pounce. Again, trying to punish that fact that Hallie is in that position. You can see they're trying to be very active on the CT side. Cause a ruckus. Oh, okay, Baz. Gifted a kill here, Hallie, and he gets 1. Oh, they're back in the round. Oh, no. Shiro drops down. Straight into the jaws of FaZe. And that might be the round in itself. They had the first couple of picks on the CT side, but it's collapsed once again. It's down to Zontix and Chopper, the latter of which is in the vents. Zontix found by Rain, who's lurking outside, and that's another convincing finish for the likes of FaZe Clan.
Honestly, though, that kind of move from Zontix at the start, I think that's what they need. They need some really wacky Counter-Strike like that, where you're pushing up alone. It's a bit risky, but if you're just playing the standard game, FaZe are proving and have proven already that they are going to be able to win those rounds. So I don't really blame Zontix for trying it. Unfortunately, they can't win the rest of it. Bit of a shame. Otherwise, it was going to be a good start to the round. He's got 229 ADR. Please stop. Make it stop.
Yeah, he's absolutely killing it out there. Frozen now at 14-2. And you can see, you think with these opening couple of kills, that would be enough. It was essentially a 5-on-3 at one moment, but yeah, the upper bomb site, they can't hold on to it. Bear in mind, they have got the coach and the academy player in that position. It's going to be targeted. And again, they pins to that position. It's another eco. I suppose you can call this one a partial buy with 3 sets of Kevlar. Nice movement from Brokey. Above the smoke confirms the close range proximities are clear. In towards the hut we go. Baz. It's a sneaky position. And it will yield a frag. Oh, no one there either. For the trade. Like they seem to find his opening kill every time. Whether they can convert this round is yet to be seen, but they've got an AK now.
He ran so far across Rob's screen, like, I don't know if it was the sensitivity for Rob's or what it was, but it just looked really funny. He just almost bumped into him. That's how far he peeked it. Karrigan here to try and do a bit of a cleanup. He's going to get traded. Oh, dear. Rain on his own now. 1 versus 3, but 2 of them are trapped in this corner. It's a bit awkward, but they'll make it work.
Yeah.
That's a weird round.
It's a messy round from FaZe. I know they've got nothing covered, taking some massive liberties with an open lobby. As soon as that one player goes down, they've lost complete control of a key part of the map, and they have to commit towards outside. And it's a nice maneuver from Spirit, but yeah, I feel like FaZe could have done a lot more to handle that. Slowed it down, wait for the aggression, see what they're up against, have some defensive positions. But it's a bit of a lifeline for Spirit. 4-3 as they bring out the AWP for Shiro as well. Takes the wind out of the proverbial sails for FaZe. And I think they might have missed the smoke that's supposed to land on top of main, but it does provide cover still. It just doesn't take the vision away from main entrance itself. They're allowed to drop down on main entrance and use it. We'll have to re-smoke it accordingly.
Critical round for Spirit especially. CT side here on Nuke. Their funds are running low, and they need to start to string some rounds together here. Brokey just scoping deep towards that. It's a tricky position by those stairs. Now, if he's got the AWP on the side, it's going to be a lot easier. I don't know where the bullet went. I feel like that's a hit.
I think it was a miss. I think he knows it as well.
Well, obviously, Henry.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to argue with that. You are objectively right.
Well, they at least get some control of outside, push the CTs back. Grenades running low.
30 seconds.
Time running low. First kill. Rain had the idea as to where Halley could be, but he's starting to win some jewels out there now. Can he get a second? He absolutely can. That's the best performance we've seen out of a Spirit player thus far. Not done just yet. 15 seconds.
Oh, gotta be careful.
Getting really weird out there.
He can't escape the corner. Shiro's the one to take him down. Oh, some sickening hits from Brokey. He caught one of them jumping off the silo, but Halley, again, he is a coach. He's normally behind them.
Yeah, he wins 2 straight up heads of jewels here. Like,
it's so respectable, isn't it?
Yeah, that's wild. He was doing that yesterday against Team Liquid. Crazy shot from Brokey, yeah. What? And that should shut down the finances. Not quite. So we've got a Tech 9 for Brokey, but there is still a pretty respectable array of weaponry. Some decent utility as well. This would be the round that breaks them. 4-4. As we get into the latter stages of this first half. Oh, dear.
Dear.
Good lord. Chop up.
Been rocked, hasn't he? Rain ready for more. You can tell in the way that he steps into the yard. Like, he's so full of confidence. Able to take the kill. Brings down Halley. A 2-for-1 trade.
Round not over by any stretch of the imagination, though. Zontic has been so good in these positions. Shiro, the last player remaining, loves a clutch, but not in a prime position to make much of this. Investigates outside. The problem is, as soon as he gets a kill, which is looking likely here, they will know where he is, but that's not even a factor. He'll be frozen to recover the AWP as FaZe go back to their winning ways. Much better this round. It's Rain that delivers the goods outside. Gets that first kill through the smoke, pops it open himself, finds the second. Shiro takes him down, but they wait for the re-aggression for the CTs and finds Zontix, and it's round over. Oh, that's a nasty one. And then there's the smoke popping open, gets himself the second towards the coach of Halley. And we'll see.
Chopper for not really freaking out over that one. That could have been a rage-inducing moment, you know?
They've been pretty jovial this entire tournament.
Yeah.
Like they haven't been too frustrated. I think they understand the context of their situation. Like, no one's expecting them to win a map even, and they managed to do that already against Liquid. You're up against the world's #2 team in the world, categorically. And
true.
You're giving them a good run for their money, you know. It's a one-round game. Nothing to be too annoyed at.
Yeah, and the context is just obviously... It's tough for Spirits. I guess Chopper, on the other hand, he's also an extremely experienced player, right? He's been playing for a really, really long time. So probably has been through a lot of ups and downs. I think not for a long time recognized as you know, the in-game leader that he is. Like he's one of those players. Maybe it's because of the region we don't get to see him in enough tournaments really that you sort of are reminded. But I think people are starting to wake up a little bit more to his chops, so to speak.
Well, they did manage to win Bet Boom towards the tail end of 2023. An impressive performance. That was with Artfrost in the team as well. They've now got Shiro. Certainly an upgrade. But unfortunately, no donk today. One down towards lower. They've got the man advantage here, but bear in mind it's an eco essentially. They've got an M4. And Rops needs to be on high alert here. Free kill. Brings it back to a 4-4. That should guarantee the round and at least 50% of the rounds available this half. 6 on the board as Robs continues to dominate here with the AK. It's only his 4th kill. It's Frozen that's been taking absolutely everything here. He's up to 16 and 5. Nice.
Rob's probably thinking, you know, I can definitely live through this round if I just escape, but on the other hand, like, it's more fun to look for those fights. And like you said, he only had a couple of kills, so 4 in this round for Robs, another round for FaZe, and they take all the rifles away.
Oh, yes. That was the eco. Couple more rounds left here. FaZe in cruise control. Been a couple of bumps in the road, but they lost a pistol. Went down 0-2, then posted 4 in a row before Halley woke up and started doing some damage. Speaking of which, the coach has got an MP9 this round. Shiro back on the sniper. Oh, God. I thought he had Shiro hook, line, and sinker there. Tags him. He knows it as well. Blood splattered all over the wall.
Oh my God.
Sit down. I would say that was a low HP Shiro. Like an impressive shot all the same, but he had 10 HP, but the double kill delivered once again. Sensational scenes here from Rain. One of the absolute masters of the outer area on Nuke. Now, this is an old classic. This is more of a CSGO maneuver. The smoke's favored. The player's sitting them. Now, that is still true. It's just not to the same extent. Still works out for Baz.
Yeah, well played. You have to, right? You have to take a risk. Sontix trying to push in on the other side.
Oh,
Raid.
no.
I can't believe he did not get that kill. As his back turned, it looked like it was going to be a sure thing.
Yeah, a little bit rushed there from FaZe. Bit of a panic setting in. Didn't see that Baz maneuver coming in towards that faded smoke, but there's at least no CT presence down towards lower. I think they have got a locked-in plant. Baz is arriving at the scene of the crime.
I think even worse still, Frozen is alive. And it's been very hard to get rid of, so we'll see. We're looking at a 10-second defuse at the moment. They're quite far away from the bomb site when the bomb goes down, so they're going to have to spend the first couple of seconds even kind of getting towards the bomb site. Now, they're Molotoving out the likely positions. No grenades have hit anyone on the FaZe side yet. I think this retake just got a lot more tricky. They've already spent a lot of time on it. Now, Smoke's going to be set up. Frozen with 1 kill. Kerrigan on the other, and now they can sandwich him in. Kerrigan, great spray. A 2 versus 3, and it's FaZe to come out on top.
It really is. That's what you love to see. Kerrigan getting it done. He had a really rough one on Anubis. They won categorically, but as an individual, he was getting caught out. He had some really awkward moments for himself towards that mid area. He was down like 2 and 8 at one point, but Rain's certainly not on Nuke. He is looking exceptional out there. Kerrigan joins Frozen in the fragging department here. Bomb planted. They win the 3-on-2. Yeah, very good. Nice reactions. Final round here, Anders. Spirits with not a whole lot to work with. The desperate shotguns, the scouts, the deagles, the SMGs, and an eclectic setup.
Yes, they got a little bit of everything. I say variety is the spice of life, and I guess we'll see for Spirit if that's going to be a spicy round. For Sontix, it is. He's had some really good options.
He's pushed ramp every time and gets a kill. Like, I don't know how he keeps getting away with it, but yeah, he'll take it. And Rain will take yet another kill. Oh, if he had anything else, Halley, he gets that frag. The auto shotgun, not the weapon for the job, but Zontix, bit of a weapon himself. He's looked great. 14 and 7, been a real nuisance. Oh, Baz gets a freebie. So Zontic so low, the bomb planted down in that lower bomb site once again. They have a kit, but man, at the moment, Zontic has got 20 points of health up against a very healthy-looking Brokey and Rain. They've got flashes available, an off angle just to guarantee one kill. Zontix might just be walking right into his crosshair here. You can see it's Brokey just trying to take the aggro perfectly. Oh, he's only got 4 bullets left, but it does not matter. An impressive performance from start to finish. It's FaZe Clan going 8-4 here on Nuke.
I would ask if the map is in the competitive pool.
Yeah, sure.
Is it not possible not to be there?
Yes.
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 Oh shit!
It
So,
is.
we already know.
What the fuck?
They already fucked up over here, bro.
Okay, repeat the question.
First question. Is the map in competitive pool?
Wait. We already know is in the pool.
No, it's one question.
Could have saved that one. So, is it like, wait, how should I put it? Yeah, was this map being played in 2015?
Yes. Yeah, but you need to guess the position as well, no?
Yeah, but we forgot
to guess the map first.
Step by step, bro.
You have 8 questions, good luck.
Yeah.
Does the map have a window? Like a window position?
Window.
No.
Let me call window.
No.
Ooh, okay, so it's one of those
overpress
two.
nuke.
Bro, what is this question? Windows?
The call out window.
Oh,
The
it
call
doesn't
out
have
window.
windows.
We need to learn on the map still, no?
Yeah, that's what we mean.
I'm so confused right now. What?
So
We
we
call
asked
it window, you know,
Yeah.
like Mirage window and
Inferno.
Inferno window.
There's no window on Inferno.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is it Inferno?
Yes.
Okay, now we're getting
That's
there.
the question.
Now we're getting there.
Yeah.
Is it on A side?
No.
Okay, so that's mid and B. Yeah.
Second mid or apps. Because you say A site. It's like.
Is it close to a B side?
No.
Yeah.
Maybe
CG
Maxi.
Is it close to mid or second mid?
Yes.
Okay.
So now,
Bench. Maxi.
Like, is it T-Apps?
Yes.
I would say kitchen.
Okay, we go
Kitchen
for bridge
or
and
door?
kitchen. Okay, is it bridge?
No.
Is it kitchen?
The name is not kitchen, but kinda yes, it's called living room.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that's what we
okay,
call
okay.
kitchen.
On the same page. Woo.
Just 5 rounds away until we say goodbye to Team Spirit. They've put on one hell of a show this tournament, given us some very memorable moments.
Yes.
A lot to talk about, a lot of excitement, but ultimately, I feel like their fate has been sealed, Anders.
It is looking that way. FaZe, they're not really bending, even if they're being put under a little bit of pressure in some of these rounds. I would say on the positive side, like you got to say again, it's a weird situation with Spirit. Son6 individually, I just think it's looking more and more impressive, right? That's a cool takeaway. It's nice to see him individually get a flex a little bit, trying to play up against FaZe. Here we go. A rush to the A-bomb site. Spirit on the T side now. It's the dualies back here. Frozen actually finally almost running out of bullets. Trying a bit more. He gets the double kill, but Baz back into it again. Sending them falling from the heavens. He's alone now, down in the site, and he can't stay alive. He almost had it. He nearly had that 3rd kill, but it was not enough.
A little bit too close for comfort considering all the opening frags they found there. But there it is. It is going to be a very convincing victory in the end. Baz ran out of bullets after some impressive headshots. It was all down to the flashbang provided as well. You can see it's Frozen having a field day with the Dual Elites. Gets up a couple of headshots, and then Baz arrived. You can see he had 8 bullets left, had to try and get a reload in. Shiro chimed in as well, but as he didn't find that instant headshot, it will be ready to close things out. 9-4, and no bomb planted, Anders, so pretty much guarantees double digits at this stage. Deagles, at least there was one for Baz. That's a lovely shot from Rain. His numbers must be up there. Yeah, 12 and 7. Frozen stealing the show, though, with 19 kills and 7 deaths.
Yeah, Frozen's out of control. And he was on the first map, too. So just having himself a very, very nice day. Don't know if there's anything Spirit could do to stop him in this particular round. Again, if you get a bomb plant down, that'd be nice. Do a little bit of damage here, but it's minimal what you can achieve. Does have a player up there, but Brokey's pretty quick to get rid of him. And somehow still alive. Hallie back here, hoping for a deagle to his little collection of kills he can bring back home. Not going to get it.
Not going to get it at all, is he? That's a very clean round here. Just a few more to go. And we say goodbye to Team Spirit and hello to FaZe Clan versus GamerLegion in the rematch.
The rematch.
Yeah.
I think FaZe are going to want some revenge. I don't think they're going to walk out of that match thinking that's not who we really are, and we're going to show GamerLegion what it's all about.
It was the first LAN game of 2024 for them.
Yeah.
Understandably rusty. FaZe are a team that are known to have slow starts, not just in tournaments, but just in every single map they play.
True.
But this is much more like it. Of course, a lot of caveats in this one. It's not a full team. They should be winning this. Zontic spotted him to go down the vent. He might have sneaked down after him.
It's risky, but that's kind of been the name of the game. He actually decides to just walk right past instead and catches Carrigan. He's so lucky to be alive, and maybe only for a second here. Nice run out from Hallie, trying to fight Brokey as well, but he does go down eventually. And Zontix, he had that really forward position. It's a nice place to be, but he's outdueled by Rain, who's had just no end to his confidence in this game.
Yeah, and it's Chopper. He's got the upper bomb site control. Sure, and the bomb will be planted, but he's tantalizingly low. They smoke off. The squeaky door. Molotov towards the hut as well. Isolate some of these fights. Chopper desperately trying to get himself in towards salvation of the CT Ven. Baz, he's actually been playing very well, but he's unable to fend them off, and it's Robs closing things out. If he wasn't going to, it was Brokey behind him as well. That's 11 rounds on the board now. Spirit get the bomb planted. The loss bonus is accumulating, but it won't be enough for a full buy here, as it's another convincing round. Shiro can feel this tournament slipping out of their hands. And to be fair, it just means they'll be coming back for the showdown.
Yes.
Like, it doesn't mean they categorically won't be in London. It's difficult to get through the showdown, don't get me wrong, but with their full team, with Magix and Donk, I fancy their chances.
Hopefully they can make that work by then.
Yeah, I'd really like to see them there.
That'd be sick. Yeah, because I mean, even now, it looks like a really, really fun team, and obviously, every conversation these days, at some point, Donk comes up. So, I want to see him on LAN, not be locked behind the visa issues. 11-4. We can't really talk our way out of it. FaZe 2 rounds away from winning this one. Sitting right near the flames, but they somehow don't burn him. It's crazy to see it like that. Frozen with a lot of damage. Brokey with the early kill here. Spirits making no headway into the bomb site. They've already been denied. Just so many grenades raining down on them.
Yeah, they don't inflict any damage. They take a lot themselves, conceding a frag, and the real player that's finding kills. Unnecessary from Carrigan there. Not sure what he was hoping to find. That's more like it, though. Brokey will take the man advantage back. Robs with a heads-up position. Who is it to challenge? Hallie has been winning duels all day. Won't be doing it this time. Rob's one of the masters of ramp. Gets a clean one, and that's surely series point. 4-on-2, Zontix, the walking wounded. Chopper, 3-13. He was posting incredible numbers. I think on Ancient yesterday, against Team Liquid, he had like 25-3 or something like that.
Yeah, he was wild.
It was really, really impressive. But yeah, Zontix left with nothing to do. 0% chance of winning this one. Maybe gets a kill for his troubles. But ultimately, he goes down. and it's going to have to take 8 rounds in a row on the T side of Nuke with the coach, the stand-in, no one really fragging to get us to overtime. I don't have much to offer you in terms of silver linings. Normally, I can romanticize some of the possibilities. I can find a way. It wasn't the push, was it, Carrigan? That wasn't the one we wanted, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Broku with 4 kills at the end of this one. Just good work. Good on the AWP. But you're all right. Normally, we're pretty good at lying about, you know, what could be Henry, but I feel like this one's just...
There's nothing I can come up with here.
It's too far, you know.
No, you got so much to work with here, so much room.
Yeah.
That you can afford to be a little bit audacious.
Yeah.
Go for these first picks. Like, you can afford to give up 5 rounds in a row before it even really gets complicated. They probably win it right here, right now, but it's never normally that easy in CS2. This is the hardest round to find, number 13. A lot of teams struggle closing games out. FaZe not one of those teams, but it just seems to be when all hope is lost, that's when you find a glimmer of hope.
Oh, here we go. Onto the side they go. Nice shot onto Frozen again. Sontic's in charge of it. He's trying to do it, trying to claw them way back in, at least get them one more round to do a bit of something. Grenade right down in front. Sontic has to run away from the grenade and into Rain. It's all on Hallie. The coach, 1 versus 3 to hold on here to the group stage, and it's not going to happen. Robs will take him down. It's FaZe with a 2-0 win.
A comprehensive victory here for FaZe. They knew they had to bounce back from their deficit against GamerLegion. It wasn't the FaZe we know and love. And Frozen had something to prove today as well. He wants to show he belongs in his team. He wants to show he's still a world-class player that's competing at the very top. And the numbers he put down today certainly suggest he's on track to do so.
A day in the office, a walk in the park, whatever idiom you would like to use for this occasion, but FaZe get the job done cleanly, properly, with authority as well. There's nothing much to celebrate, but this is great to see a reaction not only from the team, but Frozen leading the charge with a marking performance.
I agree with that, especially considering how they showed up yesterday against GamerLegion. It was very important for FaZe to get started, I guess. Get started this season, as we have spoken about the fact that they sometimes seem a bit rusty coming out of break. That was not the case today. As you said, Frozen was all over the place, playing a fantastic game of Counter-Strike. They beat Spirit very convincingly. At no point was there ever any doubt this was going to be a 2-0, and the game itself took an hour and a half. One of the fastest Counter-Strike games I've ever seen.
And we've been honest throughout about the circumstances of Spirit and where we set our expectations and how we celebrated the matchup against Liquid and how tense it got and much more entertaining than we thought. And honestly, even in this game, Spirit did try. They had the aggression, they had the assertiveness. They tried to find Robs a couple of times towards HUD. They tried to be aggressive and in FaZe's face. They didn't just lay down and wait for the game to be over, but there is a harsh reality, and it is what it is. The difference between the rosters is not something that we can mess with. This should have already been the case versus Liquid, and FaZe reminded us of how it can look like, and it's leaving us with not much to talk about in terms of the depth of the game. It was very one-sided.
For this game, yeah, there's nothing to really drag out of it, so to speak. Again, I want to focus on Spirit's performance yesterday. I want to focus on what kind of attitude they came in with. They were not afraid to play Team Liquid yesterday. We had the conversation. They could have won that game. Today, there was no chance at all. At no point did it feel like Spirit could do anything. If there's anything, we got to give it up for Sontic, putting up 180 in a game where you're getting absolutely destroyed by FaZe. That's impressive. Shiro had a couple of moments, but apart from that, Spirit with 2 standing and a coach playing, that's not a point of conversation. That's not a topic I want to dive into.
No.
I'm excited to see Team Spirit when Dunk is re-entering that roster and when Magix is with them again.
I think this stat is really sharing us the main storyline as far as Spirit is concerned, is that Zontix seems like the real deal. I mean,
2 days in a row.
When you're going to be in a team with Shiro and Dunk, your name is never going to be the highlight of the newspaper. That's just a fact. There is a pecking order. But honestly, like what he's being able to put through, even through losses and with the positions that he's playing, like we're talking about anchoring on the CT side and all, he's legit. He's legit as hell. Like I've bought into the Zontix train throughout these losses and these maps because I think in a very complicated situation, he put up a very good effort, a very respectable effort.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's no doubt about it. You're bringing it in here, right? The positions he's playing, the anchor roles, especially on Anubis. We've seen him play that map twice where he's been hearts out, potentially the best player in the tournament at that position so far. So definitely a couple of positives to drag away for your Team Spirit. Of course, being eliminated, that sucks. They go down to the showdown. But a Spirit in the showdown with a full roster, that's a team I would be scared of.
Well, I wouldn't mind watching that at all. We talk about losers, but there are definite winners here, and that's FaZe. Moving one step further, they have GamerLegion waiting for them, and we have Twist talking to Banks.
This was the FaZe we came to see, and this man woke up and chose a lot of violence. And you said to me just before you went into the match, you're going to destroy it. It's not quite the words you used, but you were ready for this one, right? You had a point to prove after yesterday?
Definitely. I don't think, I mean, yesterday what we showed, that's not the FaZe clan that we want to show to the world. We knew that's not how we play. So, you know, we just had a good talk yesterday after the game. And, you know, just came with full balls today and fuck shit up.
You definitely did do that. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat your words, person, even though you're going to bring me into this. I will say, though, one thing that I did the first interview with Carrigan, and he was very positive about your growth as a player, how you've matured, you talking for what you wanted and stuff. So between World Final to now, what kind of things have you been looking at and saying you wanted within the team?
You know, just like checking the areas where, you know, where I can push the limits. But at the same time, I feel like, you know, the officials that I've here, the officials we had in Abu Dhabi, makes me, you know, like grow a bit in like, because I'm allowed to be like more of a second caller in the team, you know. So, you know, just test out the waters, what I can do, what I cannot do, who I can command, you know, what's happening there. So just testing the waters still, you know, like what really, finding my place, what really, like what is really gonna be just me, you know, in the future.
And in terms of that being you and for the future, right, we still got to remember this. Even though we've seen your career since you were so young, you are still young. And you've got a lot of these players around you who have been on FaZe, they've won all this. But you weren't ever intimidated or worried about saying what you wanted?
No. I mean, okay, maybe a little bit, you know, because you come, there is rain, you know.
The new player.
You know, like I didn't know these guys before, but I guess they knew me through Finn. And there was a reason why they picked me up as well. So there was no reason to be afraid to, you know, speak up, because after all, they wanted me for a reason, you know, so I don't come and just be quiet. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a vocal guy, so I'll just say what I want to say and how I want to be things done, and yeah.
And then it gets done the way it's supposed to be done. Now, you're going to be set up for a rematch against GamerLegion, though, right? For that one, when it comes to that GamerLegion match, we can say you guys had an off day for sure, but they showed a bit better teamwork and they had some changes in positions how they wanted to play. Was that something where you guys were caught off guard as well, or was it just you guys? How do you view it? I don't want to like slander GamerLegion, but it was just, we obviously expected so much more from you guys.
I think they played well. They had some good reads on the maps. I mean, overpass, I think that was more of our fault, that, you know, like if you look, like we just rewatched the game and it looked terrible, you know, like the end rounds, missed nades and everything, facepalm, exactly. Like overpass, I think it was definitely not the FaZe clan. And on Ancient, I mean, towards the end of the map, I think they had good reads. They were moving good around, and you know, after all, like every side we went to, there were already 3 or 4 there, so it kind of felt like they were reading us. But just by rewatching the game, they played well. Don't get me wrong, but I think we also made them look very good with the way how we played, you know. So I'm looking forward to play them again, honestly.
And talk about your integration into the team now. This is only the second event, but obviously expectations are very high. Where do you guys discuss as a team and say where you need to be ready or where you want to be ready at this stage? Because obviously you've got Kato, you've got the Mage, everything's all coming up very soon.
I mean, goal is to make it through the groups, you know, and yeah, the focus is going to be on Kato. Here we just, you know, play match by match. We cooked some things in the break, so, you know, we're just testing the waters again. But yeah, the goal is to qualify here, and for the rest of the year, just, you know, destroy.
So avoid the showdown.
Avoid the showdown, definitely.
Avoid the showdowns at all costs. They don't want to play any more events because they've got enough to go through. Let's see how it goes going in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Frozen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frozen, for the wise words. Of course, not Twist at all. They might have powerful set of hair, and they might have played in the same jersey back-to-back, but this was definitely Frozen, mea culpa on that one. And great to see his mindset about joining FaZe, because I don't think it's that easy to just put on the jersey and be like, yo, this is what I want to do. I think you have to have your head set on your shoulders to know your own limitations, but also what are the responsibilities that are coming to you and what you have to demand in order to perform.
To use his own phrasing right here, test the waters. I think that's exactly what he's doing right now, and he's not afraid to test the waters. He's not afraid to go out where he perhaps gets a little bit knee-deep in. At a certain point, Frozen during this game was absolutely fantastic. They pulled off a 2.02 rating, I believe, according to HLTV. Twist could, of course, never do that. Match it despite them looking like each other. However, for Frozen, I think as we spoke about coming in here on a map like Nuke, Rain and Frozen share some of the same positions. Over time, I think it will be more Frozen, you know, picking and choosing his spots, whereas for now, it's a give and take scenario. So it's a storyline that's most likely gonna involve with the future, something we have to look out for. But for now, I think they found a good balance where he gets to test the waters, whereas Rain still gets to feel comfortable, still gets to put up numbers, and FaZe, well, they look today very sharp.
Right, and in terms of maximizing what you get out of your players, I think it must be at the very top of your list to get the best out of Frozen. We know his reach, we know his ceiling, and if you're Kerrigan, you're trying to get the absolute most out of the player that obviously a whole lot of people were talking about as one of the best rifles out there, and he's going to have his chance in FaZe. We heard from the winners. It's only fair that we hear from the losers who are now finding their way to the showdown. We thank Zontix for having a couple of words with James Banks.
Spirit will here be eliminated by FaZe, and certainly a tough game. Zontix, I want to kind of just look at this for you guys. Your expectations would not be high for this event, considering you don't have two of your players you want to be with. But would you say after the Liquid game, you felt like, okay, maybe we can do something?
I was thinking that even before Liquid game, because we watched the Liquid's demos, and I'm like saying, you know, they're not ready yet to play like a good CS, so we can win them. And to be honest, we lost our game against them because it was our first Ancient game in this roster. Like we haven't even practiced this. So I know. I thought when I was playing against Liquid, I thought maybe if we win them, we can easily win GamerLegion because they're like similar, you know. But yeah, expectations wasn't high. To be honest, in this game, it would be an absolute miracle if we would win FaZe.
Okay.
So yeah, this is it. It's like they have one of the best players individually in the world, and they're playing together for 4 years, like their core.
Yes.
So there's no chance. There's no chance.
So that one you understood, right? FaZe was a more realistic game. Let me look at the fact that with the Liquid match I saw, even when you guys lost, you were still smiling. You know, it looked like a lot of fun. But does it hurt that you're like, we could have done it? It was so close.
Yeah, of course it hurt, but you know, we could have practiced a little bit Ancient at least, and we would win this game. But you know, we didn't have any expectations. But yeah, we thought like we can win. And after we started losing rounds on T side on Ancient, we was like a bit tilted, you know,
really?
because we don't have enough rounds to get this four rounds, because we won the first side like 9-3 if I remember correctly. Yeah, and we just didn't have enough rounds to finish the game.
Yeah.
So it was sad after we lost to them.
But for you, one thing that's been very interesting, everyone focuses on Donk when it comes to this team. Now Shiro's been signed, but you, I think you are a very talented player. You performed very well across all of this. Can we see you as like the secondary star to this Spirit going forward?
Yeah, we will see, but I'm like, you know, I'm structured player.
Okay.
I'm just trying to do my job on the server and outside of the server. We will see. Maybe I will become the best on my position. We will see.
Do you want to become the best in your position?
Of course, everyone wants.
So what are your personal goals then? It's like we look at Team Spirit, now you have a lineup that looks very strong, right? You added Shiro, Donk was already the up-and-coming player, but this team now looks like a very scary Spirit. What goals do you want to have for the future? Because you're still very young.
I would like to win some Tier 1 tournaments this year, but because I think in a few months, like 3-4 months, we will have enough play together to finally start winning great teams. So we will see, but I think we actually can win Tier 1 tournaments this year.
Well, let's see if it happens for Spirit this year. Let's see if it happens at Blast as well. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
Confident words from Zontix about their future, of course. We're going to take a big grain of salt for this Copenhagen campaign. We know the circumstances. We don't have to go and dive back into this. I still think he is one of the best, most positive surprise that I've had personally when it comes to Spirit. I've very much liked what I've seen from Zontix, and I'm looking forward to seeing it in a different context. But I will bring a little bit of a shadowy, a little bit of a doubt here. I don't know what's up with Shiro. And the only way I can look at it, and I can be more forgiving, is that I do wonder if the lack of structure and not having exact protocols around him maybe impacts him more than I wanted him to be. But I have in mind a couple of snipers out there who would FS up, as Frozen said very well with Banks, in any setup, in any setting.
Sure.
And I think Shiro was relatively tempered in this stint here. So maybe I wanted to see more. I'm going to have to see.
I don't blame you for wanting to see more coming out of Shiro. However, I feel like I understand it. You know, as a player myself, when I was playing professional Counter-Strike.
In Liquid?
In Liquid, other places as well. If the team structure wasn't spot on, I couldn't perform. I was not good at playing pucks. I was not good at playing...
So that's what happened.
That's what happened, you know. I was not good at playing in an environment that didn't feel comfortable for me. If the player next to me did something I didn't understand or I didn't count on, so to speak, I would instantly perform worse as well. And that's the player type Shiro is. He's not the AWP that is creating the games on his own. We've spoken about that many, many times. He's a very defensive AWPer. But when he's in a system where he's allowed to step into the pocket and then, you know, throw the ball, as you may say in the NFL, that's when he delivers. So when he's a stand-in situation like this, it's not really going to work out for Shiro. Had it been Monesi, a player that creates the game on his own behalf, he probably would have fucked shit up, as Frozen said.
Jacob, on my heart, I'm not ready for that. And this is a family-friendly show. Jesus Christ.
Is it though?
On that note, we're going to have a look at the bracket. He's unhinged, of course. It's past his bedtime. It's 3 p.m. right now. We have Liquid in the grand final of this group, of course, but that sets us up for a little bit of a rematch. It's going to be GamerLegion versus FaZe. I do believe this happened on Friday, so we're going to have to be a little bit patient, and I'm sure FaZe have a bone to pick in that situation. Here are some of the matches that you still have ahead of you in this 4-meal course that we're offering you here at the Blast Spring Groups. That is going to be a Big versus Heroic as a last game, and finally Cloud9 gets to play one more game. So that's it for us. We're going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to make sure this guy gets some water, and Tech Girl and Bubsky, we'll see you soon. Actually, extended break.
The Blast Premier 2024 schedule is split into spring and fall seasons and culminates with the World Final. Here's how it works. 16 Blast Premier teams will begin their quest for victory in groups. Teams are seeded, creating 4 groups of 4. These teams play out a double elimination best-of-3 group stage. The 4 group winners go straight to the season final. The 4 second-place teams from each group will enter playoffs for 2 places at the season final. The 10 teams that fail to qualify from the gauntlet will be cast into the showdown. There, they must fight to survive in a merciless single-elimination format. They will compete against 6 teams from global qualifiers. This year, each showdown is no longer split into regions, but is a single tournament played in Europe. 2 teams from the showdown will secure their place in the season final to join the 6 teams from the groups. At each season final, the 8 teams will face off in a GSL format, leading into a single elimination playoff bracket with quarters, semifinals, and grand final. The champions of the season finals will be joined by teams who qualify based on their performance in tournaments throughout the year, including the winners of the Copenhagen Major, winners of IEM Katowice and Cologne, and top-ranking teams on the leaderboard. These 8 champion teams will come together for one last clash as they battle it out for a prize pool of $1 million.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm excited. The stage is set. Who's gonna lift that trophy? Oh! What is that? It all comes down to the next 3 maps of Counter-Strike. All right. Okay. And he can't believe it.
Oh my god. So I want to talk about pre-match rituals. Now for you, I know you carry an assortment of gems and minerals. I'm sure you've been asked about it a few times before. Can you just explain to me what the idea behind those is? Are they special to you? Do they mean anything? Are they specific stones?
They are specific stones in that sense that they can represent something.
Okay.
Something can represent courage, something can represent luck. So it's my wife choosing out the stone and explaining in detail what kind of stone I need to look to when I need to do something. And I think it's just one way to kind of like remind these key things. One of them is about leadership as well, that I have these stones and I can kind of like, if I have a rough time, I sometimes look at them and like remind, okay, leadership, courage, and kind of like push my charm and luck, you know? And I think it's just one way I build up. And obviously when I started using the stones, went pretty good last year, 2022. So I got more added to the collection now.
Nice. What are the new ones? What do they symbolize?
I can't remember now, actually. I have to double check again.
So for you, it's not so much like a spiritual thing, it's to remind you kind of a symbol of the kind of qualities you'd like to be as a leader.
Both things, I would say, right? Yeah. The spiritual, I'm not always that deep into, but I think that way I'm using is kind of remind myself to leadership is what I need to be. I need to also bring on the table. Yeah. I can have a bad game, but I cannot be a bad leader in a game.
That's a very good point.
And then courage is just like never really second guess what I'm doing, go with my stomach feeling. So that's kind of things I'm kind of remind myself to kind of do. And that's a good way to, when you get lost in track of your thoughts, then it's good to kind of like blink for a second, look to the right, and obviously also have confetti on the mouse pad to kind of remind what we're fighting for. Because losing finals and get confetti in your bag is like the worst feeling ever. But winning a final and have confetti in your keyboard is the best feeling. So
okay,
it's awesome. Like a flip coin, and I think that reminds me that nothing is ever given.
Wow, Frozen, quite profound answers there. What about you? Pre-match rituals, you doing anything? You're just doing DM and Spotify. What are you up to?
Yeah, Spotify, bots, and like close to the match, I do breathing exercise.
Okay, so there's some kind of mindfulness sort of kind of...
Yeah, I think it's called focus breathing, the one I do.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've been doing that for like last 2 years, I think.
Seems to be working pretty well.
Yeah.
speaking of rebuild and maybe speaking of a comeback, like Snacks, like seeing you back in Tier 1 CS, how are you finding the transition, being back in the game, CS2, like how are you feeling as an individual right now?
I would say it's pretty good. Like I was playing it with the Polish teams a bit, like probably with like the core of the last 9 lineup as well. So it was pretty nice. Obviously, I didn't play in Tier 1 for I think 3 or 4 years. So and I also changed like my role to be an AGL. So but I was doing it before, like VP times even. And
everyone had to go in VP, right? Like everyone had to go at one point.
Yeah,
like,
I think maybe not Bialy and Pasha actually. I don't think so. They were like AGLing in the VP, but like me, Neo, and Taz mostly were just like swapping. And I was even sometimes doing like full rebuild of the strategy like in the team. So I would say I like the guys, and the transition to even CS2 from CSGO is pretty nice for me. I like it. Obviously it's not the perfect game yet, but maybe in 4 years, maybe 7.
Do you feel like you got a fighting chance of making it through this group?
I think so, yeah. Like I would say it's a tough group, obviously. Spirit is not in the full power, I would say. It might be okay. Like I don't know what to think like about Liquid. We didn't play them yet. I don't think so. They have any matches online. Obviously, it's something different when you play in NA than in Europe, for example. So